A very good morning. Welcome back to the United Arab Emirates. Welcome back to Dubai, where it is very cool and crisp this Tuesday morning. It's the second day of the Uae Swat Challenge 2023. And what an event we had yesterday. Lots of thrills and spills. There will be a few teams that were very pleased with their performances during the course of yesterday's Day 1 challenge. There will be a few that will be disappointed as well, but this is Day 2. It's a chance to make up for any errors. It's a chance to continue the good work if it was a good day. And first up this morning is the Sharjah Police B team. They have been drawn to set us underway. Very different to the Sharjah Police A team that did so well yesterday morning. They were lying third after yesterday's events. And we're off. A different set of challenges and a much harder set of challenges, it has to be said, for the assault team and for the sniper. All five begin this assault challenge today together, unlike what we saw yesterday where the sniper had to race to the top of the tower. In today's event, the sniper goes over the obstacles along with his team before collecting his rifle from the back of that SUV, and as soon as his first shot is fired, then his team can go and breach the door. And yesterday we only saw handguns being used. Today submachine guns can be used as well. So for the sniper, 4 targets to hit today. 2 he must tackle in the prone position, lying down. 1 kneeling, and this the 4th shot that the sniper is about to take in the standing position. Similar rules to yesterday in terms of penalties. That SUV door must be closed, and only then can the sniper race across to his box where he has 4 targets to hit as well. So each team member with 4 targets that they must engage. But the difference between today and yesterday is there's a lot more work for the sniper to do in assisting his colleagues. And because this is a slightly longer challenge today, it will be more physical as well. So not only getting over those 2 obstacles, remember they have to carry all of their equipment, weapons as well. And here we see them heading back towards the finish line. They have to collect the 2 deadweight dummies and carry them over the line. And the Sharjah Police B team crosses that finish line. We will find out very soon what their clock time is. Remember, 2 parts to it. The final member is over, and all 5. There's a shake of the heads there, so I don't know whether that means not so good or not pleased with that effort from the Sharjah Police B team. And I think it's just worth reminding everyone that I was told by some of the competitors yesterday that it's not the most beneficial to be first off in the draw. The further back you are in the draw, the more advantage you have. And I think the reason for that, they didn't explain exactly, but I think the reason for that is that you have an opportunity, if you're one of the teams that are following a little bit later on this morning in the draw, you have an opportunity to see what the others do, just to make sure that you understand the rules, you understand the course. It's an opportunity just to gauge what's happening. We see the judges there just in discussion about any potential penalties that may be added on to that clock time of the Sharjah Police B team. The second of 5 days, and the second of the teams which will get us underway today, are the Special Forces of Kalkan from Kyrgyzstan. And all of the teams have to begin their assault inside the van. Now you can see there is a member with the gas gun, and I'll talk more about that in just a second when we see him in action, because that's an extra element that is added today. And the Kyrgyzstan team just waiting for the starter's whistle, but they have to begin from that van. So whilst we await confirmation of Sharjah Police B team, and we see the Kyrgyzstan team ready to go. Just a reminder, the current champions are Abu Dhabi Police. However, leading the standings here on day 2 is the Russian side, Akhmat, who gained a total of 55 points in a superbly quick time yesterday of 1.04.13. No penalties, and I think it's worth reminding you how important it is to get through each day's challenge without time penalties. There are penalties for missed targets. They are very punitive. As we see the Kyrgyzstan team get underway, the first obstacle, they have to go underneath it, then 2 wooden walls. All 5 members have to make it over those 2 walls, carrying that breach ram, of course. The sniper cannot take his first shot until all the gas masks are on. There goes the first shot, and when the 4-man assault team that you can see at the top of your screen there hear that first shot, they can then breach the door and assume their shooting positions. All 4 members into the box, into their respective boxes. And you can see the targets lined up at the bottom of your screen, those white discs. They must fall over. They don't have to fall off the poles, off the pedestals, but they must fall over. So 1 member has already finished and is off to the second challenge and enters the box straight away. So the first challenge involves submachine guns today. The second challenge involves handguns, and his colleagues now make their way into their respective shooting boxes. And as soon as the sniper is done, he can head back towards the dummies. And the difference today with regards to the deadweight dummies is that they can be dragged by 1 man across the finish line. Yesterday, the rules were it must be 2 people carrying, but today it's just whoever is there first. The dummy can, I understand, touch the ground today. And they cross the finish line just over the 2-minute mark for the Kyrgyzstan team, the Special Forces of Kalkan. Now, most sides yesterday, most teams yesterday were doing the tactical challenge, which was of course a hostage rescue from the house, as it's called, in around about the 1 minute 30 mark. Today, most sides will be around about 2 minutes. And believe me, that extra 30 seconds of physical activity will take its toll on all of the teams this morning. It's that added element of physicality which will result in maybe 1 or 2 more mistakes, 1 or 2 more errors. And I just want to, whilst the judges have a little discussion about what they saw, if any penalties were to be added on. Safety is a huge part of this Uae Swat Challenge 2023, and anyone breaking the safety rules, any violations of the safety, immediately incurs a 2.5 minute penalty. They are not allowed to shoot other team members' targets. They are not allowed to pick up their weapons until they are into those red boxes. Dropping a weapon, we saw that a couple of times yesterday. That results in a hefty 2.5 minute violation, a 2.5 minute time penalty, but in general missing targets are a 30-second penalty. So you don't want to miss the targets. And then of course we have the various 10-second penalties which can be totted up. It's not necessarily just a single procedural penalty, but a number of errors can result in 1, 2, 3 or even more procedural penalties, each being 10 seconds. Things such as leaving equipment behind, gas masks. There goes the whistle, and third out of the van this morning is SAJ from Serbia. And I think there might have been a little issue with one of the members at the back carrying the breaching ram. He seemed to get caught. The sniper's rifle is retrieved from the back of the SUV. Like I said earlier, the first 2 shots must be taken from the prone position. First target is hit, and as soon as they heard that first shot, the assault team can then go and breach the door. Now, the extra element added to the assault team today is the gas gun, where a gas round is fired through a window just right next to that breaching door. I'll talk more about that during the course of the morning. And the first team member has engaged his 4 targets. 4 targets each that they must hit with that submachine gun. That's the submachine gun element of today's challenge before entering the box, and then it becomes a handgun challenge. And again, 4 targets to be engaged. And you can see how the Serbian team just making sure each member that they reholster their gun before leaving that red box. If weapons are not considered to be safe, that can result in a penalty violation, one of the more severe penalty violations. And the sniper, because he does not have to take on either the submachine gun challenge with his 4 teammates, he can go and drag those deadweight dummies. Those dummies are 70 kilos approximately each, so basically the same as a human almost, as the final team member crosses that line. And like I say, we'll get confirmation of these times. SAJ Serbia, they finished day one in 7th spot. They had no penalties on day one. Will they have incurred some penalties here on day two? We'll wait to find out, but they had a very healthy points tally of 49 at the end of day one. I think an impressive time today by any team will be sub 2 minutes. Any side that can break that 2-minute mark will be doing well today. We saw yesterday how sub 120 was a very, very respectable time to be crossing the line. Today I would suggest that respectability comes from a sub 2-minute mark. Missed targets, like I said, are 30-second penalties. And this is the assault event. Five days of very different tactical challenges. Yesterday the hostage rescue, today the assault event, tomorrow is known as the officer rescue. Thursday is the tower challenge, and Friday, I believe, is one of the toughest ones of the lot, the obstacle course. A very physical day on Friday, but first 4 days a lot more technical and tactical. Fourth team to go this morning here in the Dubai desert is the Orlando Police Department. Like we saw some of the Latin American teams yesterday, they've made that long journey. They arrived a few days before this event got underway. Is it enough time to get over jet lag? That's the question. But the Orlando Police Department, they are next up. And the whistle goes and the clock starts. Underneath the first obstacle, over the next two. And the sniper races ahead of his assault team. There's a bit of an issue. Finally, he gets that bullet chambered, and now that he's taken those first shots, the assault team can breach the door. And enter the first stage of that challenge, which is the submachine gun. Again, 4 targets. And each magazine in the submachine gun section has a total of 10 rounds. They're only allowed 1 magazine. And the handgun section, which they are now in, they are allowed 12 rounds, which can be evenly distributed between 3 magazines. So they now make their long way back towards the finish line. And because the sniper because his responsibilities are done quicker than the others, he can race back to where the dead weight dummies are and get them across the line, as the breach man is the final person to cross that finish line for the Orlando Police Department. This very cool, crisp February morning here in the Dubai desert. When I arrived, it was approximately 16 degrees centigrade. That's why you see a few fleeces and a few jackets out there, not amongst the competitors, of course. They are made of tougher stuff. But I reminded you about how being first in the draw is considered a disadvantage. I wonder if being late on in the draw today, or any day this week, will be considered a disadvantage as well. As the temperatures rise, will it take its toll physically? I think I'd rather be going under and over those obstacles in the nice cool of this desert morning, and then a little bit later on towards lunchtime, when we will probably see the temperatures in the low to mid-20s. Now, not all of the teams are using their own weapons. Maybe half have decided to use their own weapons, but snipers in particular, they usually want to use their own rifle, and understandably so. Whilst the judges just discuss the events of that Orlando police team effort, I will remind you that this is the 4th edition of the Uae Swat Challenge, an event that in its first 2 editions were won by Dubai Police. In the 3rd edition last year, in 2022, Abu Dhabi Police took home the overall trophy. And I think it's worth pointing out that, if I recall correctly, Abu Dhabi Police didn't win any of the overall day challenges, but by being very tactical in their scoring, they were able to garner big points each day, even though they didn't come first. They were able to rack up a large number of points by finishing just behind the leaders each day. And at the end of the week, that was enough for them to take the title. So it's certainly something that I think many of the teams will consider this year. And when you think about it, it makes logic sense. It's no good finishing first on day 1 and finishing last on day 2 and expecting to take the title at the end of the week. If you can just be consistent each day and finish there or thereabouts, maybe in the top 10, but never falling below that mark, then you've got a very good chance of taking the title this year. What will be interesting to see, because we've seen some very strong teams involved in this year's event, is will, for the first time, the trophy go overseas? 3 events, 3 homegrown winners from here in the United Arab Emirates. Is this the year that we see it go abroad, that UAE SWAT challenge? Maybe. At the moment, the Russian Ahmad team, they lead day 1. So, 5th in the draw is the Angolan Police Operational Tactics Team 2. They, of course, had another team yesterday involved. And it's just interesting to see how each team lines up in the van. Every second counts. Now, the starter judge is just having a word with one of the Angolan team. I would suggest, although I'm not tactical, I would suggest that the first person you really want out the van is probably the sniper, so he can get a head start, get over those obstacles or under the obstacles as quick as possible and get into a position where he can give his team the best chance. There goes the whistle, and the Angolan team are off and running. And that man with the gas gun, oh, he's struggling to get the door open, and there's a bit of a problem, and that will delay things for the Angolan team. Remember, 2 shots lying down, 1 shot kneeling, and the 4th and final shot for the sniper has to be standing up. Watched on closely, of course, by the judge. And the judges are very, very specific. They wait, they've got the gas masks on. Only once the gas masks are on can the sniper take his first shot. And they're waiting. There seems to be a problem here. And this is valuable seconds that have been wasted. And that, I think, is in the wrong order. The targets must be hit from right to left. So you can see there are 2 low white discs, then one that's mid-height, and then obviously one that's even higher. And I do believe that the sniper, the Angolan Team 2 sniper, went for what is essentially the standing position target first and hit it. So I think there'll be penalties incurred there. But the assault team are in position. And This is the submachine gun section. One seems to have issues with loading his magazine. He's still got a problem loading that magazine. Team member 1, you can see on the right-hand side of those 4 team members. We've seen on the left-hand side 3 of the 4 targets hit. Just a reminder that there may be 4 targets, but only 10 rounds of ammunition available to these teams. So accuracy is important. Now the sniper, once he has fired his 4 rounds from the rifle, then must enter the handgun box, which is where he is now, and he too has 4 targets. So there's a lot more pressure on the sniper here on day 2 for the assault event. Yesterday it was just climbing that tower and getting that 1 shot away. And there's one team member just struggling to get his handgun out of the holster. But here on day 2, the sniper not only has to overcome those obstacles just like his teammates, but he also has to get away the sniper shots and the handgun shots as well. Team member 4 very slow into the box. That's 1 target hit. Seems to be some confusion as though to which way they go from one of the Angolan team members. Essentially it is once you get to the handgun section, it is back the way you came and make that long journey all the way back towards the finish line. Now, the judges in the red t-shirt there are trying to point to the exit for 2 of the members. I think they believe that they had to wait until their colleagues were finished. But that is not the case. As soon as you have hit your targets, you can run back. Must be through the breaching door. Pick up the breaching ram, and then back across the finish line. We have 3 members, of course. The breaching man, he's made his way over, and the sniper, whilst we were watching all of that, he's managed to drag the 2 deadweight dummies across the finish line. So there's just 2 more team members, 2 out of the 5. I beg your pardon, 1 team member out of the 5. They must go through that blue box. They can't take any shortcuts. And he crosses the finish line now. Well, there you see it. The clock says it all. I think there'll be maybe some penalties to be added on to that as well for Angolan Team 2. And a good effort by the Angolan team, but it has to be said they have struggled with this challenge here in day 2, the assault event. Some errors, but also as well a little bit of confusion as to which way they were going. Now you can see the bottom of your screen there, the black SUV. Each sniper has to leave his sniper's rifle inside that black SUV and then start this assault challenge from the van with the rest of his teammates. So he's collecting his sniper's rifle from the back of that SUV, and it's at that point that he can then pick up his ammunition. And begin his element of the challenge, which is getting away those 4 shots. So yesterday it was only 1, a single target from the top of the tower. Today, a little bit trickier for the sniper. And of course, what the extra elements do is they add in more improbability, more chance of mistakes, of course. And these events and challenges are designed by the organizers to incorporate both the physical and the technical. We saw yesterday the sniper, that physical element of racing up those flights of stairs to the top of the tower before trying to calm himself down, get the breathing correct, fire that shot. Today, very similar. The obstacles providing following the judges' discussion, there then needs to be the time penalties added to that as well. So the beautiful morning winter sunshine stretches across the Dubai desert here at the Uae Swat Challenge 2023. And I will keep you regularly informed with the weather as we go on through the morning. It started off the competition today 16 degrees centigrade. It's gone up by just 1, so it is cool, it is crisp, and certainly cooler than it was this time yesterday morning. And I certainly think that that will be a benefit to the early starters in the draw this morning. And you can see already some of the team members sharing notes, talking tactics. And I imagine there's quite a few of the teams, the ones who maybe have already had their run at this Day 2 challenge, but those who are coming a little bit later on, critically analysing their fellow competitors. And believe me, this is very competitive, the Uae Swat Challenge. Not only is there prize money at stake, not only are there points at stake, but also as well pride. Inter-emirate pride, international pride. Day 2, the Assault Challenge. Yesterday was a tactical challenge, rescuing a hostage from the house. Today, as you've probably seen already, if you've joined us late here this morning, it's a lot more physical and it's much longer. We've seen one team this morning almost reach the 7-minute mark, but I would suggest that most teams today will be in or around the 2-minute mark. I think that will be the measure, really. Next up, Indonesia. The Brimob B team from Indonesia. Last little debrief. And there's the gas gun man. He is the first to fire from the blue box. Now, just to remind you, all team members must begin today's challenge from inside that van. And the logical wisdom would suggest that the first man out of the van is your sniper. He has to go the furthest, the sniper. And he's got that little tricky delay of getting that SUV door open and retrieving his weapon under the table, over the wood walls. And this looks very athletic indeed. That's probably one of the quickest we've seen this morning. Oh, but he's got an issue with the tailgate. Eventually gets it open. Remember, 2 shots. You can see the target in your top left of your screen there. Those 2 low white discs on the right-hand side of the 4, they must be hit first. It's from right to left. The chief judge told me this morning that it has to be in sequence. The first shot is fired, which will allow his teammates to go. So when that first shot is fired, and we will see it at some point, the gas gun man then fires his round through the window, which is right next to that breaching door. So just like yesterday, the first shot of the sniper signals the point at which the assault team can begin. The judges watching closely on. Now, that's an interesting one. Does that count as a hit? The white disc does not have to fall off of those pedestals, but it does have to move, so that will be an interesting interpretation of the judge. It was definitely clipped, that white disc, but was it clipped enough? You decide. And then we are now into the handgun zone, handgun element. Again, 4 targets. $12 rounds per team member for the handgun element. They must come all the way back through the breaching door. And it will be interesting to see if any of the teams forget the breaching ram. That must return back across the finish line, the breaching ram. Otherwise, a penalty will be incurred. And we saw that happen yesterday, didn't we? One of the teams that left the breaching ram behind and had to go back and retrieve it. And sub 3 minutes for the Indonesian team. And the judge is just making sure that all weapons are safe. Next up, the second of the Angolan teams. We saw the Angolan Police Operational Tactics Team 2 have their attempt a little bit earlier on. Now it's their colleagues, Team 1. And I imagine, because there was a little bit of confusion as to exactly what was required by their colleagues, I imagine that there will have been deep discussions following Team 2's attempt on the course. And maybe a few guiders, tips, bit of advice. there are the bullets for, I'm guessing that is the sniper. And now they're at full complement. So you can see the gas gun man on the right-hand side. Once all the gas masks are on, only then can he fire that gas round through the window. They all must be inside the van. And like I said before, the organizers design these challenges and the elements of these challenges just to give each team something else to think about, and it can be the slightest thing, as we saw yesterday. The whistle goes, and the Angolan police team 2, team 1, I beg your pardon, makes its way under and over the obstacles. And as you can see, it's the sniper who goes first. No problems getting the tailgate of the SUV opened this time, unlike their Team 2 colleagues. Very quick. And he's now got to retrieve those 4 bullets for the 4 targets that you can see on the left of your screen. And that's just jamming a little bit. They can't quite get that bullet chambered. He does now, though, I think. Now here is the gas gun man. The gas masks are on, and they will now wait for the first shot of the sniper, which will signal their start for the assault. Now some of the snipers are using a magazine, some chambering individual bullets, and there still seems to be a problem. There's the first shot. The assault team can now go. Now I think I saw one of the team members go the other side of those cones. The judges are quite particular on staying inside the areas or inside the lines, so to speak. Will that be a minor procedural violation? Well, we'll find out. We are now into the submachine gun zone. And remember, all of this has to be done with gas masks, and there's clearly an issue. He's just getting a little bit tangled up with the strap of the gas gun, and that is causing a problem for him just getting into a position that he can get his shots away with that MP5. So that's invaluable seconds that have been lost from the Police Operations Tactics Team 1 from Angola, and still he can't seem to get that bullet chambered. Safety is a huge element of all of these challenges each and every day, which is why magazines have to be put in and taken out. But it also adds that extra element whereby mistakes can and do happen. Every little layer of complexity in all of these challenges runs the risk of creating a few more problems for the teams. More problems mean usually more errors. So the breach ram, the breaching ram is picked up, is taken across the line, and the breaching man will come back and collect one of the deadweight dummies, one of the 70-kilo deadweight dummies. And again, just an issue with chambering that bullet. And I think there could be some serious safety violations here. There's obviously an issue with getting that bullet chambered. Anything that affects that's the problem. It's that misfire. It's just getting that bullet chambered and the weapon cocked. And remember, he's still in the submachine gun section. That's the final member of the Tactics Team 1. His teammates have all completed the handgun section. I beg your pardon, all but one have completed the handgun section, and only now does he enter the handgun shooting box. And that's a miss, so there'll be a penalty be incurred there. Remember, 3 magazines, 12 rounds in total for the handguns. And that's the second last of the Tactics Team 1 members of the Angolan police. And this is the final member, so certainly a lot quicker in the handgun section than he was with all of those issues in the submachine gun zone. Must come through that blue box on his way to the finish line. And eventually crosses the finish line. Quicker than Team 2, but not by much. Still just under that 7-minute mark. 6 minutes and 45 seconds. 0.03 for the Angolan Police Operational Tactics Team 1. And, well, a very slick and efficient sniper element to the Angolan team. But then the serious problems arose when it came to the submachine gun section of this challenge. One error after another, and of course they all just compound. And that's one of the fabulous things about this Uae Swat challenge. Keeping your cool, being able to identify where the issue is, correcting it, and continuing. As we saw yesterday, as we've already seen this morning, when the errors and the mistakes start to compound, sometimes panic, sometimes a bit of frustration can set in. Next up this morning in the draw is the South African Police Special Task Force B. They have more than one team entered in this year's competition, the SAPS Special Task Forces. This is the B team that will be going next from South Africa. Smiles all round at the moment. Will there be smiles when they cross the finish line? That's the big question. And whilst we're waiting for them to get set, let me just remind you that here on day 2 in this assault challenge, the Orlando Police Department currently head the standings. No penalties for them. A time of 2:21.59. The Kyrgyzstan, the Special Forces of Kalkan. As the whistle goes, they're in second. As the whistle goes for the South African B team. And the sniper first to get to the SUV. Tailgate opened pretty efficiently. And the South African B team using a magazine, as you can see. Now, I don't think there was any benefit, and I think most would agree, no benefit to a magazine on day 1. First 2 shots taken from the prone position, lying down. The sniper will then move into the kneeling position. The door is breached. And the breaching ram can be left at that door, but it must be collected on the way back. Otherwise, a procedural penalty will be incurred. And this is the submachine gun element. Two members have finished the submachine gun part of this challenge. Very slick indeed from team member 1. So the key to the handgun element, as we see the sniper dragging one of those deadweight dummies across the finish line, is each magazine has 4 rounds so as to be accurate. Otherwise, you have to use valuable time to change magazines if you require more bullets because you've missed targets on the handgun section. So accuracy, just as important as speed for the handgun element this morning. And the breaching man makes his way across the line. And that's good. That's good from the Task Force B team of South Africa. 2 minutes 31 for them. The time to beat, of course, is 2:21 of the Orlando Police Department. But that is, it's worth noting, that is a time without penalties. And they did not pick up any penalties, the Orlando Police Department, so very clean effort from them. However, the Kyrgyzstan side, they have been the quickest so far this morning in terms of clock time. They crossed the finish line in 2 minutes 19.64. But they had time penalties to be added on to that, so 30 seconds of time penalties for the Kyrgyzstan team. But they currently lie in second, so a very quick round for them. But with the time penalties added, it's knocked them back into second spot. So not just about speed. There is a perfect example of how the clock and a clean assault work hand in hand to give the best result. It's the Thai team that are up next. The Royal Thai Police. They're looking relaxed at the moment. And a thumbs up Will it be thumbs up when they cross that finish line just behind them? And it's pretty easy to tell, isn't it? We saw yesterday on the faces, the emotion of each team. You could tell almost immediately whether they were happy with their hostage rescue or whether they were frustrated, annoyed at maybe a couple of mistakes or errors. That was all written on their faces as they crossed the finish line yesterday. We haven't seen too much of that so far this morning. No doubt we will at some point. And there's a bit more of a team effort involved in today's assault challenge. That breaching ram is quite heavy, so you probably will notice one or two teams as the huddle comes in for the Royal Thai Police. But like I said, you probably noticed that they tend to work in tandem as they're making their way over those obstacles, in particular the two wooden walls, in getting that breaching ram over the top of the wooden walls. The whistle goes and the Royal Thai Police are underway. Yeah, you see the man at the back handing that breaching ram over. This is the sniper, makes his way to the tailgate of the SUV. And this looks slick so far from the Royal Thai Police. First target hit, which signals the start for the assault team. Those are the two shots. Two shots, two hits from the sniper. He will now move into the kneeling position. Oh, there's a delay in breaching this door. That'll cost them valuable seconds. Looking good up to that point. And those white discs, those white targets are going down nicely. Two team members are already on their way to the handgun section, so I would suggest that there's maybe been a miss or two by team members 3 and 4. Here they come. And the sniper has already started dragging that deadweight dummy across the finish line. Don't forget that breaching ram. As they make their way across, there's one more deadweight dummy to be taken across that finish line. The dummy yesterday had to be carried. It had to be carried by 2 team members. Today, only 1 team member is required. And they cross the finish line just over the 2-minute mark. The Royal Thai Police. And let's see how things stack up in terms of penalties. Was there a miss or maybe more in the submachine gun section? We'll find out soon. But one of the smoother, except for that door breach, one of the smoother assaults that we've seen this morning on this, the day 2 of the Uae Swat challenge. And the judge is just inspecting that gas gun. Next up is the first of the teams from the Amiri Guard here in the UAE. A beautiful aerial shot of this cool morning in the desert here at the UAE SWAT Challenge 2023. And you can see the layout. Day 2 of 5, a different set of challenges, a different set of tasks, a different set of problems for all of the teams that are taking part here this year. All wanting to take the crown from Abu Dhabi Police, who are the current holders of the UAE SWAT Challenge. 55 teams, 28 countries. The 4th edition. And a final briefing for the General Command of the Amiri Guard. Now all of the teams must wear the ear protectors, which you can see are very similar to what you've probably seen yourselves on many occasions, earplugs, but obviously they tape them into their ears so that they don't fall out whilst overcoming the obstacles, whilst being involved in the various aspects of the different challenges. And the Miri A team from the United Arab Emirates, they will get their campaign underway. The starter judge just telling them that they have to get inside the van. Every team we've seen this morning trying to steal a couple of inches. And they're underway. Sniper out in front. He's leaping over those wooden obstacles like a gazelle. Opting for the magazine. There goes the first shot, so the gas gun man can fire that round through that window, that black window that you can see there straight ahead in the green panel. Then it's the breaching door, which they've completed successfully. And now we're into the submachine gun section. Well, we saw a little puff of sand, so clearly one miss, which will result in a penalty. And we can see a team member over on the right hand side opting to go into the kneeling position. Which seems to have benefited him, because all 4 targets are down. He's the first, just making sure the weapon is safe before he can make his way to the handgun element of this challenge. They have 3 of the 4 already on their way towards the handgun shooting boxes. And the most challenging is for that man that you can see on your right hand side. This is for all the teams, not just for the Amiri Guard A team, but he has the gas gun and his submachine gun. So just making sure that they stay safe whilst he's running with them can be a little bit problematic and physically challenging as well. Just remember, these weapons are not light. The sniper has completed his element of the handgun challenge, so he can now race over to the deadweight dummies and drag the first one towards that finish line. The breaching man. The breaching man does not assist with the deadweight dummies. He's got enough to contend with. He will leave it to those who are carrying a slightly lesser load. And they get the second of the deadweight dummies, the 70 kg deadweight dummies, as the final team member crosses that finish line. And there you see it. 2 minutes 43.58 for the Amiri Guard A team. And next up, it's the Libyan police. They had a torrid time yesterday, the Libyan police, but it's a new day, a new start, new opportunity. Different set of challenges, of course. And there's a huge psychological element to this competition, which is why we all love it. The Uae Swat Challenge. Each team and individual team members, if mistakes are made, you have to shut that out of your mind. Anything that happened in the previous day is done, it's finished, it's history. You have to take on the new day of challenges with a fresh mindset. But it's so easy, isn't it, to go back to the hotel after each day's events and think about maybe what could have been done differently, or about any mistakes that were made. And I'm sure that will be the case for the Libyan police team. The sniper receives his magazine. A little bit of anxiety perhaps in the body language. They finished last in the standings yesterday, the Libyan police team. They'll be looking for a much better performance today as the starter judge gets ready to blow his whistle. And they're off. The breaching man last out of that white van. Sniper first, as we've seen from all of the teams. He gets to that tailgate of the SUV. And the quicker that the sniper can get that first shot away, the more it assists his colleagues, because they can only begin their assault when that first target is hit. And you can see him breathing heavily. Good shot from the sniper. The assault team can now start. He can take the second of his prone shots. Now he must get up onto his knee. And the gas gun man fires his round. And they set off underway to breach that door. Submachine gun section, as you can see the sniper rise into the standing position for the fourth and final shot, which he takes. He then makes his way into another handgun box, which is the other side of that assault truck. No target hit as yet. Don't think there's been any shots fired as yet. Now the first targets falling from the Libyan police team. Well, again, I saw this sniper go around those cones. Be interesting to see how the judges perceive that. Not just speed, but accuracy. Now, I talked earlier on about some of the rules. Safety violations incurs some of the biggest penalties. There is a 180-degree rule, which means if you turn your gun or point your gun any further than 180 degrees either way of the target, so anything past your, what would you call it, 3 o'clock on your right and 9 o'clock on your left, that incurs one of the heftiest safety violations. The biggest penalty that can be incurred is a 2.5-minute penalty. Target misses are 30-second penalties. Procedural violations are 10-second penalties, but they can all rack up. The sniper has finished, so he makes his way to grab that deadweight dummy, and you can just see with the way he's struggling with it how heavy those 70 kg dummies are. And the breach man is now slowed to a walk, feeling the effects. It's so difficult to breathe with those gas masks on and run at the same time. And that's why you see them struggling across the finish line. Fitness, a huge part of this. And there's clearly a problem there. The final team member just finishing in the handgun zone. And you can see him there at the top of your screen, just coming back down the course. No, don't take any shortcuts. Must return through the breaching door and through that blue box next to the rescue truck, and then across the finish line. Just over the 5-minute mark for the Libyan police team. And not the slowest that we've seen so far this morning. We've seen a couple of timings of at and around the 7-minute mark. And there are some, you can see they're in discussion about maybe how to tackle each element a little bit more efficiently, which comes back to what I was saying about the disadvantage of going off first. It allows you that ability to have a little discussion with your team members. When you see what others do, you can learn from their mistakes, adjust your tactics accordingly, and become a little bit more efficient when it's your turn. Great rivalry, great sporting rivalry here at the UAE SWAT Challenge 2023. We are live from the desert of Dubai on this February morning, so marhaba to those of you who are watching, wherever you may be watching around the world. The sniper out first. And he too opting for a magazine. The gas masks are all on. The first shot is fired, which means that gas gun can also go, and they're two very good shots from the prone position of the Kazakhstan sniper. This looks good so far. This looks very good. We've seen, though, one or two teams get a good start this morning, but then stumble in the submachine gun section. And this is the sniper in the standing position with the fourth and final shot from the rifle. He has to place that rifle back inside the black SUV before he can make his way to the handgun area. Which is where we are now. And there's good cohesion here amongst the Kazakhstani team. We've seen one or two teams this morning make their way into the handgun section in bits and pieces, dribs and drabs, if you know what that phrase means. But the Kazakhstan team seem to be operating as a unit. Oh, a little bit of a delay from the sniper. In fact, that's probably the slowest we've seen by a sniper this morning. He's normally first. Picks up the deadweight dummy. And the second of the deadweight dummies being assisted by his teammate. And across the finish line from the Kazakhstan A team. And that's a good, solid time from the Kazakhstanis. A very clean round from the Kazakhstan A team. The judges will have a little discussion to see if there are any penalties to be added. Just to remind you, the Orlando Police, the leaders, as we see Dubai Police B team, Orlando Police, they weren't the quickest around the course this morning. It was the Kyrgyzstan team, the Special Forces of Kalkan. But they incurred 30 seconds worth of time penalties, so that's why Orlando Police Department, who had the cleanest assault this morning. We saw a number of teams with very clean, penalty-free assaults yesterday in the tactical challenge. So far today, I'm just having a look at the board. We've still got to get an update, of course, on that Kazakhstan team, but so far it's looking like only one team, and that being the Orlando Police Department, have made their way round this Day 2 challenge penalty free. So many more elements, so much more complicated and complex, which means so much more opportunity for mistakes, and with the mistakes come the penalties. So the Dubai Police B team are next into the van. Maybe a suggestion for the organisers next year would be just to close that van door. That would keep them in. It would also add another element that has to be negotiated. And the whistle goes, and the Dubai Police B team, another of the sides representing the United Arab Emirates. Remember, Dubai Police, winners of the title in 2019 and 2020. The judges are looking for accuracy, they are looking for safety, and they are looking for all procedures to be followed. First shot is away, which means the gas gun can be fired through that black window that you can see straight ahead, and then the breaching man heads for the door. Remember, these are all live weapons, which is why the penalties are very stiff for safety violations. Got 1, 2, 3, and the fourth team member just making his way into the handgun boxes, shooting boxes now. This looks good. This looks very good from the sniper. His work is done, so he'll make his way to one of the deadweight dummies. And that's good teamwork. That is very good teamwork. Team member just reminding his colleague to pick up the breaching ram. When you're in the moment, in such a physical challenge, it's very easy to forget all of those little things, such as picking up that breaching ram. We saw it yesterday, and it does incur quite considerable penalties as they cross the line. And that's quick. Very quick. The quickest time I think we have seen today. 2:21 is the clock time to beat, and I would suggest from what we saw there, we'll get confirmation of the exact time in just a second, but from what we saw there, the Dubai Police B team certainly beat that clock time. It's then just a question of, did they incur any penalties? Safety penalties, procedural penalties, target penalties. It looks good. Looks good. And certainly, I would say they will be challenging the Orlando Police at the top of the standings. Next up will be the team from Kenya. And here they are. Getting ready to go to exit that van. I like his socks. Penguins, is it? Is that penguins? Maybe it's their lucky socks. Well, we hope they are lucky. The Kenyan police team, who will get their turn at this day 2 assault challenge here at the UAE SWAT Challenge 2023. The judges seem to be ready. There's confirmation. You can see the clock just behind the starter judge. 2 minutes 10.35. That was the Dubai Police B team. That is the time to beat this morning. That is the clock time. Once the judges have assessed any penalties that may be added on, as the whistle goes and the Kenyan police team make their way under the first obstacle, over the second 2 wooden walls. Tailgate open. The rifle, which is pre-positioned, by the way. Unlike yesterday, the sniper does not carry his rifle to the first shooting position. There goes the first shot. 2 very accurate opening shots from the Kenyan police sniper. And didn't breach that door on the first attempt, did on the second. We are now into the submachine gun zone. Remember, all of these weapons have to be carried throughout the entire challenge. Only the sniper's rifle, which comes out, and then back into the rear of that black SUV, the breaching ram, can be left behind. The sniper has the added element today of also being part of the handgun challenge, so he has 4 targets as well. Each of these team members have 4 submachine gun targets, which of course the sniper doesn't have, but an additional 4 handgun targets, so 8 targets in total for the assault team, 8 targets in total for the sniper. And he makes his way first back towards the deadweight dummies. Oh, he's lifting that 70 kg deadweight dummy. Not easier when you've got help, isn't it? And they cross the finish line. And this will be a good time, a very good time by the Kenyan police. And if they've kept penalties to a minimum, this will be one of the better finishes this morning. It really will. There's the Kenyan flag you see at the bottom of your screen. And they'll be happy with that, I imagine, the Kenyan police. A very efficient assault on this day 2 challenge. Was it a clean assault on this day 2 challenge? That's the question. Well, smiles, so maybe those penguin socks were lucky after all. They certainly moved a lot quicker than penguins do, that's for sure. Beautiful morning here in the Dubai desert, the temperature creeping up as you can see, but still quite cool. Certainly for the United Arab Emirates anyway. It is February, of course. And as you can see there, the wind speed a lot less than it was yesterday. It was over double that yesterday, so And not only the challenge itself, which is a little bit more sheltered, the shooting positions a bit more sheltered than certainly top of the tower yesterday. As we see the first of the Latin American sides that'll be going this morning. Black Wolf from Chile. They are next out of the white van. And there is the sniper's magazine going into the pocket. We've seen different ways of approaching it this morning. Some snipers have taken 4 or 5, just to be sure. Loose bullets. Others have opted for the magazine, and I think you'd have to say that the magazine, because there are 4 targets today, is probably the smarter decision. I was speaking to one of the judges this morning. They can choose their weapons. They can use different weapons on different days according to the different challenges. There goes the whistle. And the team from Chile, Black Wolf, are off and running. Up and over those wooden walls. He must open the tailgate of the SUV, retrieve his sniper's rifle, get down into that lying position. And whilst he's doing that, the gas gun man has to prepare to fire the first shot of the assault team, which will be a gas round through the makeshift window. There's the first shot. We didn't see whether it was a hit or a miss, but the assault team, irrespective, it doesn't matter, are underway. As soon as they hear that first shot, they can go. Just like yesterday. Ten rounds for the submachine gun element of this challenge. 4 targets, 10-round magazines. See, there's a couple of targets that have not yet been hit there, but the sniper now makes his way into the handgun box. Just to remind you, the sniper has 2 tasks today. 2 target tasks anyway. One with rifle, one with handgun. He does not have to partake in the submachine gun section of this challenge. There are 3 magazines with 4 bullets each in those handguns. That's why accuracy is important. You have to use that extra time. The sniper is still not finished hitting his targets. Now he does. Makes his handgun safe, so a little bit of a delay by the sniper. You can see how they all use different techniques to get that dead weight dummy up and across that finish line. Some of them just dragging it over the finish line. A fireman's lift for the sniper for the Chile team, and they cross the line. Not the fastest time we've seen this morning. That belongs to Dubai Police B team. Deep breaths all round have to appreciate the physicality of day 2. In fact, I'm sure there was maybe 1 or 2 of these teams thought this was a breeze after day 1. There wasn't much or as much physical action on day 1 as there is today. It was a stroll in the park by comparison. Black Wolf team from Chile. Their day is done in terms of their attempt. You can see 1 or 2 members of the Saudi team watching on in the background, just trying to get some tips on what the others are doing. Have a look, of course, as to what the others are doing. And another of the Kazakhstan teams, the whistle goes, and the team from Kazakhstan makes its way under and over those obstacles. This looks quite efficient. Sniper is done, so he's going to drag that deadweight dummy across the finish line. Again, different style, different technique. This time he gets some help as the rest of his teammates make their way through towards the finish and across the line. And that's quick. That's another of the quicker times. That's up there, I would suggest, along with the Orlando Police Department. Just trying to get an update from the scoreboard. It's not just about the clock time, though. Let me continually remind you of that. It's about having a quick time on the clock and making it as clean as is possible. We saw the Chileans from Latin America just a few minutes ago. It's now the turn of another Latin American team, the Sao Paulo SWAT team from Brazil. They're waiting to get into that white van, when the white van today is the starting position for this day 2 challenge here in the UAE. The GRT from Sao Paulo, another who've made that long journey. As the temperature creeps up, all of that equipment that must be carried by every team and every team member starts to become more problematic. briefing before they make their way out towards that white van. Now the sniper's rifle will be taken over to the black SUV at the bottom of your screen there. And that's the difference between today's challenge and yesterday's challenge. The sniper carried his sniper's rifle up the flights of stairs of that tower. But today, the rifle is not carried. It's pre-positioned inside the back of that black SUV. And the sniper makes his way towards that vehicle. And as you've seen already this morning, retrieves the weapon from the back of that truck. And the judges and organizers just making sure the course is reset. On the whistle, the Brazilian team will go, just like yesterday. They're ready. Under the first obstacle, the table, the ping pong table as I call it. The wood wall, and you can see how difficult it is for the man with the gas gun, because he has to carry not only the gas gun but also his submachine gun as well. How tricky it can be. They've all got to get into that blue box and put their gas masks on. First two shots from the lying position. Another sniper that's opted to use the magazine. He seems to have a little bit of difficulty getting that bullet into the chamber from that magazine. But on this occasion, the gas gun man is ready. He hears that first shot go. So the assault team can now make their way towards the door and breach it. Now you can see these squares that are laid out in the ground. In this case, on the gravel, it's that rope square. These are all procedural things which the judges look at and watch. All members of the team must be in that rope square when they breach the door. They can't have any members of the team in random positions. We are into the submachine gun section, and the sniper now making his way across to his box. All four targets now hit, which means the sniper can make his way towards the finish line. He'll obviously try and pick up that deadweight dummy on his way there, whilst his colleagues are now in their handgun boxes. Dragging that deadweight dummy across the line. one over. Why run when you don't need to? The beads of sweat say it all, don't they? This time you'll get help with the second of these 70-kilo deadweight dummies. And the GRT Sao Paulo Senior team. And final member just making his way past those wooden walls towards the finish line. Keep going, keep going. And they're finished. Crossing the 4-minute mark. So the time to beat in this day 2 of the Uae Swat Challenge is Dubai Police B team. They crossed the line in 2 minutes, 5 seconds, 0.55, and no time penalties. A very, very clean effort this morning from Dubai Police B team. And they are closely followed by the Kenyan police team. They crossed the line 2 minutes 13.98. And again, no penalties, pushing the Orlando Police Department that have led the way for most of the morning into third. Next, it's the turn of the Rwandans. The Rwandan Police SWAT Team 1. They are next to take on this challenge. And I think one of the officials just making sure that only 5 team members get into that van. As you've probably seen whilst you've been watching this, both yesterday and today, each team has advisors, coaches. We saw an advisor, team member if you like, coach at the top of the sniper tower yesterday, just assisting. Sometimes it can be translation, sometimes it can be just a little bit of advice being shouted on from the sidelines. They are allowed to do that. Not that I imagine they can hear much whilst the bullets are flying and the noise, and the shouting. The Rwandan team eager to go, but I think that the starter judge, as we've seen all morning, will get them to just push back inside that van. Here we go. He's going to tell them to get back inside. Everyone's trying to steal an inch, steal a second. The seconds are precious. There goes the starter's whistle. And the sniper first out of the van. It's a quick sprint to the tailgate of the SUV to retrieve his rifle. Magazine goes in. The first shot is fired, which means that the gas gun man can fire his first round. It's a very good door breach. So far, so good for the Rwandan team. You've noticed probably this morning most of the team members, most of the teams in this submachine gun section have opted to stand. There have, however, been one or two members, as you can see on the left of your screen, who prefer the kneeling position for this part of the course. The sniper, remember, on this challenge, this day 2 challenge, he must operate in all 3 positions. 2 shots lying down, 1 shot kneeling, and the 4th and final of the sniper rifle shot standing up. There's a bullet just jammed in that chamber, so a reset is required. I think there's still a member of the Rwandan team on the submachine gun section of this range. In fact, there is. I can just see him on that far side. So, although the other 3 members are finishing up in the handgun zone, that's one deadweight dummy being dragged across the line. There's the other. We now have 4 team members of the Rwandan team across the line, and I think they're in for a long wait for the 5th. Thankfully, he got his target shots away pretty accurately, which probably bought him back some time, but clearly he had problems in the submachine gun section. Back through the breaching door, through the blue box, which is important, and sprinting towards that finish line. And that little delay puts the Rwandan team over the 3-minute mark, 3 minutes 07.14 for SWAT Team 1 of Rwanda. Good to see here on day 2 of the Uae Swat Challenge some visitors. It is open, of course, to the public to come and watch on, just like the dignitaries and VIPs. You can come here. There is a little SWAT village. Let me update you on how things stand here on day 2. Dubai Police B team, quick, very quick and penalty free, as were the Kenyan police and the Orlando Police Department. The Royal Thai Police, although they were also very fast around this course, they did incur 30 seconds of penalties, and that's what did the damage to them. But just like we saw yesterday, the leaderboard is led by teams that are penalty free. And it is competitive, there is rivalry, but it's also in great spirits. This year's challenge, it's been superb as I've been walking around the challenge village in the top right of your screen there. It's been great to see the various teams from different countries interacting with each other. There is a sense of camaraderie. Yes, it's competitive, but it's all played out in very good spirits. The judges, of which there are 25, they are there to penalise and to make sure safety is paramount. And I think it's just worth pointing out, a safety violation is 30 seconds. A major safety violation, such as breaking that 180-degree arc with a firearm, is a 2.5-minute violation. Taking your weapon out before you're inside the shooting box, that's another 2.5-minute violation. And as we saw yesterday, dropping a weapon, I think there were 2 teams that dropped their handguns yesterday as they were making their way, sprinting back across the finish line. They too picked up 2.5-minute penalty violations, so they are a serious violation, and understandably so. A weapon can go off if it is dropped. Next up, it's the team from Montenegro, the counter-terrorist unit. Their turn to tackle this course. Procedural penalties only incur 10 seconds. There is actually a clause in the rules about penalties for interacting with judges. So is that a penalty before they've started? All in good spirits. I think the rule actually refers to challenging the judges in a negative way. Professionalism when interacting with the judges. Are jokes allowed? We're underway. The sniper in position. This looks clean so far from the Montenegro team. The first shot is fired and it's a hit, as is the second from the lying position. And we've already had a very clean breach of the door. The sniper at the bottom of your screen there taking the 4th and final of his shots from the standing position. The Montenegro team now in the submachine gun zone. As the sniper sprints across to his handgun box. Remember, he's got to enter that box before he can unholster his handgun. They now make their way over to the handgun section. Oh, there's a problem. One of the team members still in that submachine gun box. The sniper very quick, very efficient, and that 70 kg deadweight dummy is hoisted over the shoulder and across the finish line. He'll come back for the second. Probably the quickest we've seen from a sniper, that's for sure. And this is the 4th and final team member. He was the one that had problems in the submachine gun section. And that delay could cost the Montenegro team, because 4 of their 5 members are already across the line. And those issues that this man had with that submachine gun, as he sprints as fast as he can to try and make up for the lost time and crosses the line. We've lost the clock. Hopefully we haven't lost the time. Just a scoreboard issue. .224.75 is the time, so despite that delay from the 4th of the assault team members in the submachine gun section, still very, very respectable from the Montenegro side. And from where I'm sitting, it looked quite clean. There didn't seem to be many penalties, but I will get confirmation from the judges. Just a reminder, both today and yesterday, the teams that were top of the leaderboard had the cleanest rounds. No penalties. The top 3 today, led of course by Dubai Police B team, also penalty free. The judges in discussion once again with their scorecards. All the information comes in. 25 judges, they have to observe every aspect of each challenge, and they will refer back to the senior panel, who then tot up any penalties that need to be given. You can see the red flags flying as we see some kids getting their photos taken with the Brazilian SWAT team. It's great to see the school children here today. High fives. And the judges are here to make sure everything runs smoothly and, most importantly, safely. I was just mentioning those red flags that you saw earlier on. Just, you see it there on the left of your screen. There's another one at the top of your screen, just blowing gently in the breeze. This SWAT Challenge 2023 here in the UAE is in a very open area of desert, so you can see how gentle that breeze is. Very different to yesterday, where the breeze was a lot stronger. But the temperature's very favorable indeed. However, they are creeping up and over the 20 degrees centigrade mark. They started this morning on a very chilly, or certainly chilly for this part of the world, 16 degrees. Lots of jackets could be seen before we got things underway this morning. Now more t-shirts. Next out of the van, it's the turn of the Vietnamese police team. They all have to get in that box, get their gas masks on. The gas round goes into the gas gun. Now his gas mask goes on, and there goes the first shot, which signals that the gas man can fire his round through that window in the green panel that you can see straight ahead. And already you can see the bottom of your screen, the Vietnamese sniper in the standing position, so he's looking quick. The heckler and cautious of the assault team have been brought to bear, and now that the sniper's rifle duty is done, he makes his way into that box for his handgun targets. 2, 3, 4. Oh, very good. He's having problems holstering that weapon. As long as it's safe, he won't incur a penalty. Deep breath. Dead weight dummy, 70 kgs. He should be thankful. That's a lot lighter than I am. The way some of the teams have been handling those dead weight dummies this morning, I'm kind of glad it's not me. Finally gets some assistance from his teammate to cross that line. And the breach man with the breaching ram brings up the rear. And here they must go through, they must return the exact same route. They can't go round that breaching door, that will incur a procedural penalty. And the breaching man crosses the line. That looked pretty quick from the Vietnamese team. Whisker over the 3-minute mark, 3 minutes dead. But it looked relatively clean. Remember, today's leaderboard led by Dubai Police B team. Very quick, very clean. They were just over the 2-minute mark. We haven't seen any team, irrespective of penalties, go under 2 minutes this morning. Will the Abu Dhabi B team, Abu Dhabi Police B team, will they hit that 2-minute mark this morning? Well, they've got a target, and it's the Dubai Police B team. Great competition between the Emirates over these 2 days. Yesterday we saw a fabulous showing by Sharjah Police, but that was yesterday. Today's a new day. Who will be the leader of this competition that's inside a competition, and that's the different teams from the different Emirates. So not only do we have the overall challenge of being top of the timing tables, but this little competitive element that's going on inside that with the different teams from the different Emirates. Who's going to finish top today? Final instructions from the starting judge, and the whistle goes. Sniper first out. There doesn't seem to have been any that I can recall that have changed the format of that, and that's interesting actually. The Abu Dhabi Police B team sniper has the magazine out of his pocket before he collects that sniper's rifle from the back of the SUV. First shot is away, the gas gun round goes through the window. This already looks good. Door breached at the first attempt, and they fan out into the submachine gun zone. Penalties incurred if targets are missed, so it's worth just taking that extra second to avoid the extra 30 seconds. The sniper that you're watching now, he is completing the second part of his task, which is the handgun targets, 4 handgun targets. All assault team members, including the sniper, all have 4 targets to hit. The sniper has to only do that once with his rifle, once with his handgun. The other assault team members, of course, once with submachine guns and once with handguns. The deadweight dummy, it seems to cause 1 or 2 problems for every single team. Yesterday it was only 1 deadweight dummy, the hostage that had to be rescued from the house. Today, 2 deadweight dummies. But you can see the Abu Dhabi Police B team very cohesive, they're together. I counted 4 members, I think it was, across that finish line, so clearly there's been an issue or 2 with the 5th team member in the handgun section as he crosses the line. And that's probably resulted in a little bit of a delay. 2 minutes 37.38. So not a threat to the leading team from the United Arab Emirates, and also the leading team in today's Day 2 challenge, and that's the Dubai Police B team. They're 2:05, still unmatched so far. And just to show you how important it is to avoid serious safety violations, the Emiri Guard, the A team of the Emiri Guard, they incurred a 2.5 minute time penalty for one of those violations. And they actually had done a pretty reasonable time, clock time, prior to that, 2 minutes 47. But with that 2.5 minute serious violation added on, it resulted in them having a total time of 5 minutes and 17. That's what knocked them down the standings this morning, as we see the Philippines National Police team get ready for their attempt. Trailing at the bottom of the leaderboard is the Angolan Police Tactics Team 2. And again, yes, they may have been slow around the course, but a total of nearly 11.5 minutes of penalties is what did the damage. The whistle blows, and the Philippines National Police Team are under the ping pong table, over the wooden walls. All 4 members of the assault team are inside the blue box. The next stage is to get those gas masks on. That gas gun cannot be fired. That's a procedural element. Cannot be fired until they've all got their gas masks on. And they can't go anyway until they hear that first shot, which they have done. So the gas cartridge is through. The sniper now in the kneeling position. Did he have a problem? There seems to be a little bit of a delay with the Philippines National Police sniper. sniper's rifle goes back into the SUV. The tailgate must be shut before he can continue. The sniper makes his way over to that SWAT truck, black SWAT truck that you can see in the middle of your screen. There's one more team member still in the submachine gun station, as we see the first team member who's finished his handgun attempt. 3 members still in that handgun box, shooting box for handguns. There's the sniper dragging that deadweight dummy over the line. And I think it's worth reminding you that all of these exercises, all of these challenges are real-world designs. They are things that are actually done in training, and the organisers of the Uae Swat Challenge have tried to replicate that in every aspect. As the final member of the Philippine National Police Team crosses the line in just under 3 minutes. 2:52.17. So closer to that 3-minute mark than the 2-minute mark, which seems to be the standard, the time to beat. And I think, you know what, it's maybe worth a round of applause for those 4 guys that have to, at the end of every attempt at this challenge, carry those 2 deadweight dummies back to their positions. We see each team carry those deadweight dummies only once, and it's just across that finish line. That's their effort for the day with our friends, the deadweight dummies. But I salute those guys who have to, all morning, carry the dummies back to position. Well done. Well done, gentlemen. So some final instruction for the Indonesian side. As to the use of the gas gun, a little bit of a looks like there could be a change in the draw here with the Ministry of Interior Special Operations Unit of Bahrain. I'll try and find out exactly what's happened, but it looks like the Indonesian A team is going to go next in the draw. This is the gas gun. This is the round that, when a SWAT team is assaulting a house or a building, they fire that through the window. Sometimes it can be a flash bang just to create a lot of noise. Sometimes it's tear gas just to disorientate the attackers. Shock, surprise, gas, anything, smoke, anything that gives the assault team, the SWAT team, that advantage to breach a building. I beg your pardon. There isn't a change to the draw. It is the Bahrain team, the Ministry for Special Operations, who will go next. He's swapping off positions. The whistle blows. And they're off. These 4 members making their way over the wall now. They will go into that blue box whilst the sniper sprints on to his position. The gas round has gone in, so that bit is done. The next bit is the gas mask must go on. That gas round, this is a procedural thing that can't be fired until the gas mask is on, which it now is. Which means the gas round can be released. And the final shot being taken by the sniper in the standing position. Sprints across the gravel to the handgun box. As the assault team members make their way into their handgun boxes, the final of the 4 targets is knocked over from the sniper. Being cheered on by their colleagues. The second of the deadweight dummies is collected. As the team members just drag the dummy and each other over that finish line. Come on! So the Bahrain team, the Ministry Special Operations Unit, around the 2.5-minute mark. Which is very, very respectable indeed, and it looks like someone's picked up an injury. It's an ankle injury. These are all things that all risks that these teams take, whether it be going over those wooden walls or just tripping maybe. Ankle injuries, ankle sprains. Quite a common injury in these challenges. And they're happy, it seems, but he's certainly limping. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. I wonder at which stage in that challenge he picked up that ankle injury. I would suggest that it was probably coming over those wooden walls. If you just land awkwardly, it can be costly. Oh, ha 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 ha. A little SWAT champion in the making, surely. So next up, Indonesia, the A team. 2:28.39 was the confirmed time. Look at that, what a fabulous outfit. A brigadier, oh, I salute you as well. Brilliant. A brigadier general in the making. Wonderful, wonderful, great to see. Just goes to show you how much much of a sporting competition this is, as we see the Indonesians get their assault on this Day 2 challenge underway. This is the A team from Indonesia. We saw the B team a little bit earlier on. The sniper is down. Gas masks are on. There's a thumbs up. And he hit the second of those targets. Just a reminder, I haven't mentioned this since the beginning of the morning, the sniper has 4 targets. He is supposed to engage those targets from right to left in order, but he hit the second from right one first. I wonder if that'll result in, I'm not a judge and I don't interpret the rules, but I wonder if that'll result in a procedural penalty, or will that be a target missed? I don't know how that works. Here's the Indonesian support. I like his t-shirt, door breaches. And the rifle is back in. I mean, I suppose that it's not technically a missed target, is it? He's just picked the wrong target first. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it'll be procedural. All 4 targets hit by the sniper, so he can sprint back and pick up that deadweight dummy whilst his teammates are finishing off in the, well, I was going to say finishing off in the handgun section. There you can see there's 2, now 1, still in the submachine gun part of this section. In fact, there's clearly problems there for one of the Indonesian team members in that submachine gun section, as the breaching man makes his way back across the finish line. And that's the first time this morning where we've seen a team member actually on his way back from the handgun section crossing paths as he's finished with a team member that's just going to start his effort in the handgun section. So this is going to add precious time to the Indonesian A team score. Let me just do a quick count up as we see another member cross the line. That's, what is that? Is that 3, 4 members over the line? I think it's 4. And here's the 5th one. He clearly had a very quick handgun element, but lost time in the submachine gun section as the clock stops for the Indonesian A team. 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Yep, the damage done by those problems in the submachine gun part of this challenge. It's the 4th edition of the UAE SWAT challenge, here live from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. 55 teams, 28 countries. An event that was started in 2019. Because of COVID, we had no challenge in 2021. And these are the current leaders of this year's event. The Ahmad team from Russia. Very quick, efficient, slick, and most importantly, from a penalty point of view, clean. In yesterday's tactical challenge in the hostage rescue. And they will want to keep that momentum going. Now the gas gun is provided by the organizers. Most of the other weapons, not for every team, but for the majority of teams, maybe half of the teams, they use their own selected weapons. The gas gun is provided, though. The time to beat for the current leaders of the 2023 UAE SWAT Challenge is 2.05 from Dubai Police B team, penalty free. That will be Ahmad from Russia's target this morning. Let's see what happens. The pressure is on. Everyone has a focus on the leaders. You always want to beat the best. And they will know that, I imagine. They'll have had a look at the scoreboard surely before they made their way to the start line. They'll know that the Dubai Police B team has completed this course in 2 minutes 05. The whistle goes, and the Ahmad team from Russia are quick under the ping pong table, and they're even quicker over the wooden walls. The sniper has his rifle out the back of the SUV. All gas masks are on. First target is hit, which means the assault team can begin. I think he'd left the safety on, so a couple of precious seconds lost there. But a good breach of the door. And already you can see the sniper putting his rifle back into the rear of the black SUV, which means he's completed all 4 targets. Prone, kneeling and standing. One more. Oh, that's a miss. One more. The sniper has completed his handgun challenge. This looks good. This looks good. There was clearly a miss or two, which I think might incur a penalty as the Ahmad team make their way into the handgun boxes. There you see it. Both the deadweight dummies are over the line. The sniper has done that bit, which means his teammates from the assault team, as they're cheered on, can sprint towards that finish. We've seen the breaching ram cross the line. 2 more members to go across that line, and it's a sprint over the finish. And the first team to break the 2-minute mark. Yesterday's leaders, and this morning they do it again. Now it will come down to any penalties that are incurred, but in terms of the clock, they have smashed that 2-minute mark, the Ahmad team from Russia. But did they incur penalties? Remember, Dubai Police, the Kenyan Police and the Orlando Police Department, all 3 of those sides that were leading the table, did their times. Even though they were over the 2-minute mark, they were penalty free. We'll wait for the judges to assess this as we see the Saudi team get ready. This is the A team from Saudi Arabia, being given instructions on the gas gun. And this is what I love about this competition. So much can go wrong, irrespective. And you can see that the man who is responsible for the gas gun, just trying to, in a very short space of time, familiarize himself with that weapon. A lot of these guys, especially the teams that have brought their own weapons, they are very familiar already, very comfortable. But as soon as a new element is introduced, that's when the mistakes start to mount. So, the Saudi Forces A team are next to make their way towards the white van. As soon as I get confirmation of any potential penalties, any penalties accrued by the Akhmat team from Russia, I will let you know. The current leaders of this competition, they've just been. Certainly the benchmark has been set in terms of the clock time. The very first team to break the 2-minute mark was Akhmat from Russia. Now it's the turn of Saudi Arabia. The whistle blows. All of them making their way under that ping pong table, as I call it. Little bit of a delay opening that tailgate. The assault team is ready. The first target is hit. And you can see how I was mentioning earlier the differences in technique of the snipers. The Saudi Forces A sniper opting to use individual bullets rather than a magazine. And we are into the submachine gun section. Just to remind you that these shots must be taken with gas mask on, which doesn't make it easy. The weapon goes back into the rear of the black SUV, which allows the sniper to make his way into his own handgun box. This is the sniper. Is he as accurate with a handgun as he is with a rifle? The answer to that is no. He's already emptied one magazine. Remember, they have 12 rounds in 3 magazines. He's now on to his third magazine, so this is eating up valuable time. 3 targets down for the sniper, and that one eventually falls just. So he can now make his way back. The breaching man is the first to cross the line. That's the first time we've seen that this morning. Usually it's the sniper that's first over that finish line. There's one deadweight dummy. I count 3 team members that are at or close to that finish line, which means 2 remaining. There's the second of the deadweight dummies. And the emotion sometimes tells the whole story as they make their way over that finish line. And here comes the 5th and final member of the Saudi Forces A team. Three minutes 40.76 for the Saudis. Sharp contrast to the sub 2-minute clock time of the Akhmat team from Russia. Deep breaths It's great to get a lungful of air after you've completed this challenge in gas masks. And next up, it's the turn of the Bulgarians. Same challenge, same set of tasks for every team today. And I think it's just worth reminding you, this is day 2 of 5 days of challenges. Each day is different. The final day, a very physical day, less technical and tactical. It is pretty much an assault course on Friday. So almost purely physical on Friday. As we see the Bulgarians in the van, ready, getting their final instructions. Tomorrow is officer rescue. The whistle goes, and they make their way under the ping pong table. As the sniper retrieves his weapon from the rear of that black SUV, and he's down very quick. A little bit of an issue with the tripod. We saw so many snipers having problems with the tripod yesterday at the top of the tower. There's the first shot away. And the gas round is fired. Remember, the gas round has to go through that black rubber window in that green panel to the left-hand side that you see there. So the gas gun operator has to be reasonably accurate. This looks good. And this is the sniper. Finally gets that fourth and final of his handgun targets with his fourth shot. And the sniper drags that deadweight dummy across the line from the Bulgarian team. And you can see just behind the man with the breaching ram there, the final team member eventually making his way towards the handgun area, and there are a lot of missed targets in that second box in the submachine gun section, so this is going to cost the Bulgarian team dearly in terms of missed target penalties. Am I correct in seeing 4 missed targets in that second submachine gun box? I don't know, I'll confirm that for you in just a second, but it seemed to me like the second of the team members, this last member that's making his way towards the finish line now, has missed his targets, has certainly missed some of them as he crosses the line, so there will be missed target penalties to be added on to that clock time of 2:47.93. Who has the most consistency? That's what it's all about, this challenge. It's not about being brilliant one day and very average the next. You don't have to win every single one of this week's events to win the trophy, as Abu Dhabi Police proved last year. You just have to be consistent. Keep the penalties down, keep your accuracy up. The Colombian police are next up. This is the UAE SWAT Challenge 2023, live from Dubai. We have seen a sub 2-minute time this morning from the Akhmat team of Russia. I'm still waiting on confirmation of any penalties. The whistle goes and the Colombian team empty that white van. Did I see one of the Colombian team members go, did he just come off the ramp a little bit to the side, or did he actually go round one of those wooden walls? Would that be a procedural penalty? Maybe it was just the angle of the camera that we had there, but I don't think why would he go round the wooden wall obstacle? There's the first shot, there's the gas round going through the window. Which means they can breach that door and get into position for the submachine gun element of this challenge. Well, I've heard 3 or 4 shots, but only 2 targets are now being hit. So there will be time penalties to be added on here for missed targets. The sniper has finished with the rifle, so he makes his way over to the handgun shooting box. And this is where snipers are tested, as you can see here. That's 2 shots, 3 shots, 3 misses. 4 shots and 4 misses. So he must change his magazine. Every magazine has 4 bullets. That's why misses are so costly, not only in terms of time penalties, but also the time wasted to change that magazine. If you can get 4 accurate shots away with 1 magazine, not only do you not incur any penalties, but you don't have to waste time changing your magazine. And this is what's so fascinating. That's a missed target by the sniper, who clearly struggled in the handgun section. Didn't seem to have much problem with his sniper's rifle, but struggled when he went into his handgun shooting box. 3 minutes. The 3-minute mark has been crossed, 3 minutes 08.37. But a number of targets missed there. You can see that one target left behind by the sniper. That will cost them dearly. "30-second penalty for a missed target. All of that to be added on to their final time. And next up, it's the counter-terrorism team from Iraq. I beg your pardon, I think they are they just preparing? A slight swap in today's running order. The team from Colombia, they went just before the team from Iraq, so those two swap places. Final instructions. And they're off. The Iraqi sniper also opting for a magazine. Something has been dropped there by one of the assault team members. I'm not sure exactly what that was, but as you can see, there's something on the ground. Remember, that door cannot be breached till all 4 members are in that rope box. Now the sniper makes his way into his handgun position. He missed with his first shot, so it means a magazine change. Only 4 rounds per magazine permitted by the organizers. Now he can sprint back towards the finish line in the deadweight dummy. His cheeks are blowing. But good cohesion from the Iraqi team. They're all making their way together, so it seems like they've all managed to complete their tasks at or around the same time. We've seen 1 or 2 teams this morning as they cross the line, and that's a very healthy clock time for the Iraqi side, 2:24.49. Was it clean? when I say clean, what I'm referring to is no penalties. And if not no penalties, then minimal penalties, as the temperature creeps up here in the Emirate of Dubai. You're watching the Uae Swat Challenge 2023. Will the trophy stay here in the Emirates, or will it be leaving for another country? That's the question that'll be answered on Friday. And just to remind you, as I await the updates, Dubai Police B team, not the quickest across the line this morning. They could not break that 2-minute mark. They finished in 2:05.55, but without penalties. The Kenyan police team, they were a little bit slower in 2:13.98, but again, no penalties. And the Orlando Police Department finished in 2:21. They lie in third. And here is where it's interesting, because the Akhmat team from Russia, the ones that led the table, led the standings yesterday, they are the only team to break the 2-minute mark this morning, but they had 30 seconds of time penalties added on. As we see the New York Police Department, it's their turn now to take on this day 2 assault challenge. More physicality, more shooting. More targets, which means, of course, more opportunity to miss. The sniper's ready. There's the first shot, and there goes the gas round through the window. There's the second. Now he must get up into a kneeling position. And now for his 4th and final shot, the sniper at the bottom of your screen there. The standing position. I find it quite fascinating in today's challenge to see how the various snipers fare from what is their speciality, i.e. long range with a rifle, and then that transition to short range with a handgun. Some have done it superbly, others have struggled. And the NYPD sniper still in his handgun box, but he now does topple all 4 white targets, just as his teammates are making their way towards the finish line. One of the quicker assault team efforts we've seen this morning, probably one of the slower sniper team efforts, but they will make their way across that finish line with the second of the deadweight dummies. And the NYPD team from the USA finish their attempt at this assault challenge here on day 2. So 2:21.59 was the time to beat for the NYPD, because that was the time of their fellow countrymen from Orlando Police Department. Penalty free as well. I'll wait to confirm with you what the time of the NYPD police team was. Visitors to our broadcast director Sultan in the live broadcast truck. He's the one that makes these teams look good. In fact, he's the one that takes the most pressure, is Sultan. You think the teams are under pressure, they're just against the clock, but Sultan has to make sure that this event and the pictures go out around the world to catch every angle, to catch every hit and every miss. And in fact, the team that Sultan has in that broadcast truck, you're seeing a bit behind the scenes here, which is great for us that are watching at home. The team that he has is almost like a SWAT team unit, as we see the Saudi Forces B team get underway for their attempt on the course. And the sniper just struggling to get that magazine out of his pocket with the bullets for the sniper's rifle. There goes the first shot of the sniper's rifle, which signals the start, of course, of the assault team to breach that door. Now he's up into the kneeling position, of course. For the third of 4 shots, remember the sniper has to take 4 shots, 2 in the lying position, the prone position as it's called, 1 kneeling, which he's doing now, and then the 4th and final shot in the standing position. So a much tougher test for the sniper today than it was yesterday on day 1. He's clearly missed one of the targets, so he's going to have another go at that standing position. His 4th and final effort. And we have one of the team members already into the handgun box. He's not allowed to start firing until he is inside that box. There's still one Saudi team member though on the submachine gun station. Now he finishes, so he can make that short sprint round the corner into the handgun area. And I thought I saw out the corner of my eye still that sniper in the handgun, in his own handgun box. Now he's finished as they drag one of the deadweight dummies across the start-finish line. And now the final team members. There's 3 Saudi team members at or around that start-finish line. They're waiting on the 2 that are making that sprint now. Go on, and a little bit of encouragement from his teammates as they cross the line. They've crossed the 3-minute mark as well. So, the team to beat are still Dubai Police B team. Their 2-minute 5-second .55 time without penalty still leads today's standings. And yesterday's leaders, the Akhmat team from Russia, who did break through that 2-minute barrier, which is a very difficult thing to do today, to get sub 2 minutes. They had that with a time penalty of 30 seconds, so that's the challenge. It's not just about the clock, it's about the penalties as well. And just to remind you, tomorrow is the police officer rescue. That's the next challenge to face these teams. Next up will be the A team from South Africa. They had a pretty good run yesterday. They will be followed by another of the Kenyan teams. Remember, the Police Department of Kenya, their other entry in this competition, is currently lying in a fabulous 2nd place, just behind Dubai Police B team. So the other of the Kenyan teams, the Executive Protection Unit side, they will be having a look at their fellow countrymen. What I would like to know is, do they swap notes? Even though they are from the same country, do they share notes, or is there even rivalry within each country? As we see the second of the South African teams, this is Task Force A. The other South African team went off a little bit earlier on this morning. They, on that occasion, the B team, completed this course in 2:36, so that's the time to beat for the A team of South Africa. The B team had, however, 1 minute of penalties added on to that, so even though they did a very respectable time, the penalties cost them a little bit, a further minute added on. Let's see what the A team does. As the name suggests, they should better it. That's a miss. The door is breached. That was pretty quick. Now we're into the submachine gun section. Out of the box already. He's completed his targets, and still the sniper having difficulty. Remember, that's only half his job done, the sniper. He's got to sprint across to the handgun box and hit 4 more targets. One more target to go down for the sniper in the handgun box as his teammates start to come through that breaching door. And you can hear them being cheered on by the B team. Can they better the time of the Special Task Force B team as they cross the line? And yes, that is a very, very quick time indeed. Without question, they have bettered the B team's time of 2:36.86. But remember, there was a minute of penalties for the B team. What will the penalties be for the A team from South Africa? Did they get under that magical 2-minute mark? I don't think so. I think they just squeaked over it, but it was quick, very quick. And thankfully for the sniper of the South African A team, the time that it took him to hit his targets, he had a bit of a problem hitting the 4th and final target in that standing position, which delayed him somewhat, but that was academic really, because it's all about the assault team, the 4-man assault team that heads up and around the course into the submachine gun stations, into the handgun stations. That is all time consuming, and as long as the sniper is finished at the time that they are coming back, so he doesn't delay them, then it doesn't really do much damage. Only if targets are missed will that affect their time. I think there might have been missed targets in that effort by the South African Special Task Force A team, so I think there will be time added on. Hopefully for them it's not as much as the B team that we saw earlier on this morning. They had a minute of time penalties. So, the Kenyan Executive Protection Unit, they are up next. And remember, their fellow countrymen have done Kenya proud so far, lying second in the table, in the standings for this day 2 of the Uae Swat Challenge. No time penalties. That's what served them so well. They weren't quickest round the course this morning. 2:13.98 was the other team's time from Kenya, but it was such a clean assault that has left them second in the table behind Dubai Police B team. What will be interesting still to come, and they are up next, is the Dubai Police A team. Can they better their colleagues, and I'm sure rivals, the Dubai Police A team? The gas round has gone through that window. The door is breached. A good clean breach from the Kenyan Executive Protection Unit. Good accurate shooting from team member 2 in that second box. By my count, that was 4 shots and 4 hits. There's still one, in fact there's still 2 team members that are in that submachine gun section. The other 2 have now made their way into the handgun. Was that a jam, or was that a... was he out of rounds? Just to remind you, 3 magazines, 4 rounds in each magazine. That's why accuracy is important, as we see the sniper make his way next to that black SWAT truck. That's a miss. Now he's... 3 members of the Kenyan team are making their way towards that finish line. With fabulous support from the other Kenyan outfit. The 2 deadweight dummies cross the line, and that's another healthy time. 2:17.32. And just to remind you that the other of the Kenyan police teams finished it in 2:13.98. So not far behind. Will there be penalties to be added on to that? I don't know, but that's why the other Kenyan side has done so fabulously well this morning. Superb performance from them. Still lying just behind Dubai Police B team in second place. And yesterday's leaders, Ahmat, the Ahmat team from Russia, they are in 4th, despite having the only sub-2 minute time this morning. But they did incur penalties. Now it gets interesting and exciting, because the Dubai Police A team, they know what the Dubai Police B team has done. Can they better it? The Dubai Police B team currently leading the table, the standings. Dubai Police A team, this looks pretty good so far. One gas mask still to go on. First shot is taken, and it's a good one. And Dubai Police A team are underway. Good clean door breach. Magazines in. So the sniper has completed the first half of his responsibilities. The rifle back into the back of the black SUV. He makes his way towards the handgun area as we watch the other 4 assault team members in the handgun section. But the sniper, he's finished and sprints towards the deadweight dummies. Carrying it across that finish line and dumping that 70 kg dummy on the ground. There's another one, there's 2 today. There was only 1 yesterday, but today there are 2. This time a bit of help as they sprint over the line. This will be a very good time. Do they break the 2-minute mark? No. 2:01.89, the second fastest time that we've had today from Dubai Police A team, and hopefully for them, no time penalties. We'll wait to find out if that is the case. So the Dubai Police B team, they have come in quicker in terms of the clock time than their B team colleagues. But did they incur any time penalties? That'll be the big question. So if we're just measuring it on the clock, Dubai Police B slower than Dubai Police A team that we've just seen. What will the total time be when it comes to adding any penalties, if there have been any penalties racked up in the assault challenge of day 2? But certainly, in terms of the clock, second quickest time of the day, beaten only by the Akhmat team of Russia, who completed this course in 1:57.02, so the only team to go below 2 minutes this morning. However, they will be a little bit annoyed, the Akhmat team of Russia, that they incurred 30 seconds of time penalties that were added on to that. So unlike yesterday where they topped the standings, today they have to, at the moment, settle for 4th place. Now it's the turn of the Ministry of Internal Affairs from Uzbekistan. They had a pretty good run yesterday. We'll be hoping for an equally good run today. Team huddle, final pointers, the final comments, of course. So the top 3, headed by Dubai Police B team, followed by the Kenyan police team, and lying in 3rd, Orlando Police Department. And it's just worth pointing out and reminding you again that the top 3 all completed today's challenge without any time penalties. Keep it clean. You may just win this competition. You may just take the title off the current champions, who are, of course, the Abu Dhabi Police. Uzbeki team can now begin their assault, and whilst we watch him reach the door, I'm with Peter from one of the Kenyan teams, lying in 2nd place. Peter, you must be pretty pleased with that, one of your teams.
Yes, it's very good, and it's so pleasing to see that so far we are in 2nd place. I'm happy, we are glad about it.
One of the things that I've learned, Peter, as we watch the Uzbeki team in the submachine gun zone, is penalties seem to be key, i.e. having no penalties, keeping it clean. Did you discuss that before setting out this morning?
Yes, we had discussed about it. We had discussed about the manipulation. We had discussed about the roading in terms of even handling the weapon, in terms of aiming, where to aim. So
Keep it clean.
yes, you keep it clean so that you avoid the penalties.
Yeah, because we saw yesterday's leaders, didn't we, just earlier on, the Akhmat team from Russia with the quickest time this morning. They were the only team to come below 2 minutes, and they incurred penalties, and that cost them.
Yes, so as the teams are playing, as the team are continue with the competition, you do also learn. You learn where to avoid mistakes, so that you'll be able to save time as possible.
Yeah. And it's something that I think, because there's so many teams seem to work on their speed, Peter, that they sometimes forget about, hey, just calm down, be accurate, be clean, as well as not just about being quick.
Yes, it's about being composed. It's about avoiding any tension. I know that this is just a normal competition, as normally we had done in the rehearsals. So when it comes to the real day, you just become composed. You move smooth, so that you avoid errors.
How much harder is it today, Peter, than it was yesterday with this extra added physical element? The course was longer today, it's tougher today than it was yesterday.
Okay, today, yes, it's quite involving. There are a lot of obstacles. There are a lot of stoppage, so that they can shooting stages. They have increased. So the best thing is that the team knows the flow of the event. From stage one, the start, the obstacles. Then when it comes to the mask, that coordination between the snipers and the assault team. Then when it comes to breaching, all the flow to shooting, coordination, the pistols, the SMGs, then back. So the best thing, when you know the flow, despite the many obstacles, it will be also quick.
Moving as a unit.
Yes, moving as a unit, moving as a very composed, knowing what you are supposed to do immediate after this. Where do I move? What do I shoot? Which are my targets?
How long has your team been together, Peter? How important is that chemistry?
Okay, we have been together for quite a good time, because these competitions have been there. So we have taken time. I would say that at least 3 months.
Right, okay. And that's a benefit. One final question for you, Peter, before we see the Dubai Police C team, the women's team, who did really well yesterday. Can they do as well today? We hope so. One final question for you, Peter, before you go, from the Kenyan team, who are currently, remember, lying in second place in this competition. What did you find the hardest part of today's challenge?
Okay, the hardest part of this, it is when it comes to the gas man.
Gas mask.
Not the gas mask.
The
but
gas gun.
Gas gun. The gas gun point, whereby you have one guy carrying 3 rifles. That is the hard gun, the gas gun, as well as the SMG.
Right.
So there must be that coordination in terms of carrying the items, as well as reaching to that point, load, then put on your mask, so that you can go ahead to the sniper. So that is the most tricky point.
Yeah, we've seen 1 or 2 teams, in particular the gas gunner, struggle with that over the course of this morning, getting their strap tangled up in their submachine gun. It has cost them time. Thank you very much, Peter, from the Kenyan team, for sharing us that insight. Remember, Kenya lying in second place behind Dubai Police B team this morning. And here is the Dubai Police C team, the women, who... there's no change in the course. They have to do everything else that the men do. They put on a good showing yesterday. Can they do the same again today? So far, looking good. So far, looking very good indeed. Dubai Police C, we've had Dubai Police A and B. And Remember, Dubai Police currently leading today's event. And the Dubai Police C team cross the line. And that's a very good time indeed. Very, very good time indeed. 2 minutes 36.05 for the Dubai Police C team. That's the clock time, remember, to be added to the clock time if any penalties have been incurred. They will be added. And just as we heard Peter from the Kenyan police team, who was speaking to us just a few moments ago, those penalties are all important. And sitting alongside me now is Stefan Klopper, one of the organisers of this event. And Stefan, I've been amazed by how many quick times we've seen over the last 2 days, yet teams have succumbed to penalties.
Yes, if you look at the competition as a whole, it is a bit pressure filled. We see a lot of the teams on exercises prior to this doing exceptionally well and running through the drills, but the pressure is on the competition day. Pressure is on, and unfortunately small mistakes are made.
And we saw, didn't we, with the Akhmat team, who lying in fourth in the standings. Remember, the Akhmat team from Russia, they were top of the table yesterday. Fabulous time this morning, the quickest of all of the teams this morning. They were the first to break that 2-minute mark, which is an achievement in itself, but by clocking up those penalties, Stefan, they have been knocked down into fourth place, and that just goes to show you the difference, I suppose, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, altogether it's a complete mix of standings at the moment. So you can be on top of the world day 1 and the bottom of the pile day 2, and that can just shift you around through the week. You're going to see by tomorrow as well. Usually here from day 3, day 4, we start seeing constant ranking of teams and the top, in the middle and the bottom. And then obviously day 5 is the final day that usually separates the boys from the men.
So you're heavily involved in the actual design of this course. As we see the team from Albania head out there now. There's their sniper retrieving his weapon from the back of that black SUV. But you're heavily involved in the design of this course. How much of it do you actually implement in terms of fatigue to force them to make mistakes? Because you must think about where are the points where mistakes are made or can be made.
Yes, no, so the course is basically designed for speed, agility, accuracy, and especially teamwork, and you have to think on your feet. If the competitors look at the rule book, they will see every year the rule book gets a little bit bigger. Yeah.
How many pages is it now?
I believe we're standing at around 90. So, yeah, of description and rules. But and it's not just unique to the Uae Swat Challenge. This is sports events in general, because every year competitors will try what we call gaming, try to get an advantage over
stretching the rules.
Yeah, basically that. And so every year we kind of have to counter this, and it's purely for a safety aspect and also just to keep the guys in check. Because as you can imagine, we are standing here with hundreds of competitors hundreds of spectators close to a shooting range, so we have to be very strict and control everything to keep everything safe, so we can actually allow the general public to get this close to this kind of action.
Yeah, and one of the Albanian team members in the handgun shooting box, very quick, very accurate. However, we're just seeing, what is it, the third and I think even the fourth member just about to leave the submachine gun station, so a little bit of a lack of cohesion amongst the Albanians. In fact, there's some confusion there and a trip. One of the members, as you can see, he's just sprinting towards the handgun box. I think he got a little bit confused and headed out the breaching door instead of heading towards the handgun area.
Well,
is that the confusion that you were talking about by putting the pressure on?
Exactly that. We saw with a couple of teams this morning as well, coming out the door, tad bit confused, or excuse me, from the rifle shooting position. You see a little bit of confusing, heading back towards the door, back to, or the right way, going to the pistol shooting area. So it's all about that. This is what's unique on game day. It is absolute elevated heart rates, stress is going. You double check, triple check everything in your mind, and it goes to show. Doesn't matter in operational, and the majority of operators that are here from all these countries, when they are physically operating outside, they will tell you nothing ever goes 100% according to our operational plan necessarily.
Either in this competition or in real life?
Yes. So again, you'll plan something outside, a real life operation, you'll plan it to the T, and there will always be that 0.5%, 1% that just doesn't go according to your actual plan, and that's sometimes what we see here.
The Albanian team have crossed the line with all those aforementioned errors that we were talking about, 3:25, and I think it's just worth pointing out. By the way, going back through the breaching door, you can tell us, is that a procedural penalty before going to the handgun section?
No, it wouldn't be a penalty.
That wouldn't be a penalty?
No, that's just simply running the judgment error. So as you see all the cones on the field, that is purely just to indicate the sections where they have to run and guide them.
So if they go outside the cones, no penalties?
If they go outside the cones on the far side, yes, they will most likely get penalized,
right,
just to show a general route. The big penalties usually come when they are outside of a shooting box and attempt to load, fire a weapon outside of a designated shooting area.
I wanted to ask you about the serious violations. That's the biggest penalty, isn't it? 2.5-minute penalties. We've seen, I think, a couple of them this morning, haven't we? Serious violation penalties for the full 2.5 minutes. What constitutes a serious violation to get that big, fat penalty?
Okay, yeah, well, essentially that is where we look at misuse of a firearm outside of the shooting box. So if you attempt to do anything outside of a shooting box and disregard maybe an instruction from one of the judges, that is usually when you incur it. So it's all about that, and especially when you drop firearms and all of these kind of things.
We saw that yesterday,
yeah,
didn't we?
Loaded,
times, yeah.
Exactly, loaded, unloaded, because you never know what can happen if that thing falls down. Maybe an accidental discharge or whatever the case may be, and as you can imagine with all the people around. So general things absolutely do with weapons, loaded or unloaded, we are very strict on that.
Okay, and one final question for you, Stefan. As we see the next Bahraini team that's making their way out, the Special Battalion 83 team from Bahrain. I just want to ask you, you were instrumental in designing this course. Have you actually done the course yourself?
Yeah. No,
the full course? All 5 days?
Yeah. No, day 5 isn't...
And what was your time?
No, well, yeah, I reckon I can still keep up with the guys. No, day 5 isn't my prime, but yeah, when in general, a good thing to do is when you design a course, you must be able to run it yourself. You must be able to incur your own penalties, design it around that, and that's how you kind of figure out. It's yeah, it's not the best thing to design a course and simply tell people to start running it. So if you can't run it yourself, don't give it to other people.
And here we see the physical elements. By the way, tomorrow is the officer rescue element of this week's Uae Swat challenge. Does it get more physical as the days go on? Do you introduce more elements of physicality as well as the technical elements?
Yes, no, absolutely. Tomorrow with the officer rescue, you're definitely going to see a lot more precision, especially in the rifle shooting, the sniper shooting. Day 3 is usually dreaded by quite a few teams because you have limited ammunition for limited targets, and the sniper targets are very finely tuned.
And the Bahrain team, they are well underway now. Thank you very much, Stefan,
Thank you
for
very much.
joining us. Stefan Koppler, one of the organisers of this competition, and already that's 2 attempts at breaching that door, and the Bahraini team struggling at the moment to get through that door breach. And this is wasting valuable time for the Bahraini team. And finally they make their way through, and you have to say that is one of the biggest struggles we've witnessed this morning in terms of breaching the door. Most of the door breaches have been fairly free of incident, but on that occasion the Bahraini team taking, what was it, 3 or 4 attempts to get through the door. And the sniper, as you can see, fulfilling his responsibilities. I'm joined by a couple of members of the Thai team, and I think it's worth asking straight off, how did you feel it went this morning? I've watched for the last 2 days the emotion on the faces as you cross the finish line, and every team has different emotions. Some are happy with their performance, some are very angry or even sad with their performance. How did you feel when you crossed the finish line?
ในส่วนของทีมไทยก็วันนี้รู้สึกเห็นทีมทำได้ตามเป้าหมายที่ได้ซ้อมนะครับก็มีความดีใจนะครับ
And I'm always fascinated to get an insight into the psychology when you're actually out there on the course, whether it's today or yesterday. When you know you've made a mistake or something has gone wrong, is the hardest thing to forget that mistake and move on? Is that the hardest challenge?
It's ส่วนใหญ่เป็นการแก้ปัญหาเฉพาะหน้าแล้วก็ตัวผู้แข่งขันเองเนี่ยได้ใช้สกิลแล้วก็แก้ปัญหาเฉพาะหน้าได้ดี
Thinking on your feet. Thinking on your feet, as to what's happening next. So, obviously, there's 3 more days of action to go. What is your biggest fear? Which of the challenges do you fear the most? Is it getting a penalty? Is it missing a target? What is the biggest fear?
หลังจากนี้ก็จะเป็นเรื่องการยิงเป้าหมายจะพยายามทำให้คลีนชีทมากที่สุดเท่าที่จะสามารถทำได้
Yes. Well, thank you very much to the Thai police team members. Thank you for joining me. And that's something that we've heard a number of times today and yesterday. Keeping it clean, no penalties. It seems to be the mantra for all of the teams here. It's not just about speed. It's about making sure there's no mistakes and being accurate. Thank you very much to the Thai police team. Next up, it's another of the Emirates police forces. We've already seen 3 of the Dubai police teams go off this morning. It's time for Fujairah police for their attempt on the course today. And they will have seen what their fellow Emiratis have done. And like I said, have no doubt that yes, this is a competition between different nations and different forces from around the world, but there's also this other competition taking place between the forces from here in the Emirates. They're under the ping pong table, over the wooden walls. And it was fascinating, wasn't it, to hear from Stefan a little bit earlier on, just talking about, given a judge's perspective, given an organizer's perspective of this competition, trying to introduce those elements where a mistake may or may not happen. And remember, with the mistakes come the penalties. And as we saw this morning, and I think it's worth repeating, they are in here. Has one of the Fujairah police members hurt his shoulder coming over that wall? I saw him just holding his shoulder there, this team member nearest to the camera. There goes the first shot, which means the gas gun can now be fired. It hasn't been yet though, so a little bit of a delay. It's the team from Dubai that still lead the standings here on day 2, and the Fujairah police, unlike the Bahraini team we saw just a little bit earlier, breaching that door at the first attempt. And I think it's fascinating to see how the different teams from the same countries fare in this competition. We now have 2 teams from Kenya, the Kenyan police and the Executive Protection Unit from Kenya, in 2nd and 3rd place. Why? Well, because of no penalties. And when we were talking to Peter from the Kenyan police just a short while ago, that was something that they had clearly discussed and something they clearly focused on. Make sure there are no penalties. Speed is not as important as avoiding penalties. And we also heard, didn't we, from Stefan, who was telling us about how safety is a huge issue, and you can see one of the judges there in the red t-shirt. They are very hot on weapons that are not safe. This is a live fire environment, it's worth me reminding you, as we see the deadweight dummy being dragged over the line. As the other members of the Fujairah police unit make their way back to cross that finish line as well. Just as the final member, is that the final member? There's certainly 3 members of the Fujairah police team have crossed the line. We have the deadweight dummies. No, we're still waiting for, I think, 2 more members, is it, of the Fujairah police team. He's clearly injured, holding his shoulder as he jogs back towards that finish. I did say it, didn't I, when they first entered the blue box? Yeah, there he's holding his shoulder, and that's clearly resulted in a delay. Pulled a muscle or damaged his shoulder. The medics will have a look at him straight away. I think he did it whilst he was going over the wooden walls. I think that's where the damage was done, that's where the injury took place with regards to the shoulder. And here comes the final team member of Fujairah police, making their way towards the finish line when we can stop the clock. And it's well over the 4-minute mark, so a long way away from some of the faster performances that we've seen this morning here at the UAE SWAT Challenge 2023. Well, I hope he's okay. I hope it's just something like a muscle strain and nothing more serious. I hope he didn't dislocate that shoulder. Quite possible, by the way, going over those wooden walls, very easy to do that. Dislocation, I would imagine, would rule him out for the rest of this week's action. There's no way he could continue. And Fajera Police, they have completed their attempt at this day 2 challenge. Just to remind you, 2 tasks for the sniper with 8 targets, 2 tasks for the assault team, again 8 targets in total, 1 set of targets with a submachine gun, the other with a handgun, plus the obstacles, of course, which we have seen pretty much every team tackle reasonably well, some fantastically well, and like we saw just a few minutes ago, some have had problems, in particular that breaching of the door. Next up, it's the turn of the Serbian side, the Serbian gendarmerie, positioning themselves in that white van. The whistle goes, and they're off underneath the ping pong table. They're ready and waiting in the box to put those gas masks on. And we'll see the first shot. There it goes, which signals the assault team making their way towards that door, and they breach it a lot more convincingly than we saw earlier on by the Bahraini side, who had to have a few goes at it. Again, like we witnessed a few times today, a couple of teams opting to adopt the kneeling position. Not everyone is going for the standing position when it comes to the submachine gun element of this challenge. And like we heard Stefan say earlier on, that white target must either fall off the pedestal or must fall flat. We've seen a couple of times where it's been hit but just been turned, and that doesn't class, according to the rules, as a hit. That white disc must, that white metal plate must fall off or fall flat. The judges will accept it falling flat. As we see the sniper from the Serbian team dragging the first of those deadweight dummies across that finish line. goes back for the second. Handling that deadweight dummy. Just to remind you, in comparison to yesterday, today there are 2 deadweight dummies that have to be manhandled across the line. As we see the final member of the Serb team cross that finish in a very respectable 2:38 for the Serbs. Next up will be another of the teams from Bahrain, the Royal Special Forces, on this occasion. I wonder if they observed what happened when that door was being breached, the problems that they had. I'm sure 1 or 2 team members will be having a look at that just to make sure they give it the full force on the first attempt. Make sure you get through that door. They are all precious seconds of time that get wasted if you get stuck whilst breaching that door. And I'm now joined by a couple of the members from the Angolan team. How did you feel it went this morning? Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you angry at the performance?
A nossa exibição hoje não foi das melhores, porque nós treinamos muito, mas hoje não conseguimos atingir os nossos objetivos. E isso temos é que trabalhar mais, para que nesses 3 dias que faltam fazermos melhor. E vamos fazer melhor, vamos fazer diferente.
We're about to see the Royal Special Forces of Bahrain have their attempt at this, the assault challenge on day 2. I want to ask you another question, and this is about penalties. It's something that we've discussed with everyone who have had here in the commentary box this morning. It seems to me that we've seen teams that are very quick today, but they've succumbed to a lot of penalties. And I'm just looking at your times this morning. It's not about the clock time, it's about the penalty time, isn't it?
Bom, quanto às faltas, nós tivemos tempo de trabalhar nelas, mas o cenário, penso que dessa vez, neste ano, foram alterados, algumas coisas foram alteradas e causou algum desconforto nos operacionais. Muitos dos cenários que foram postos agora fizeram com que eles não prestassem bem atenção naquilo que são as penalizações, e vamos levar esse cenário que agora apareceu no exercício para ver se os próximos exercícios nós fizemos melhor e muito melhor.
Trained on the 2022 SWAT Challenge penalties. This year we figured that 1 or 2 penalties were added or deducted. So maybe we fell into a bit of confusion. We are fast, but we're just trying to bring maybe the fact of also not being able to train last week put us in that position. But we have the whole afternoon to gather and team talk and to bring that competition spirit back.
One final question before you go. Do you think if you were more familiar with the course, if you had that opportunity last week, do you think it would have been much easier for you?
Acha que se tivéssemos aqui a semana passada, no início, seria muito mais fácil para nós.
Bom, seria muito bom porque daria tempo para nós trabalharmos naquilo que são as penalizações, naquilo que são o tipo de arma, principalmente a sniper e a MP5, são armas que nós não utilizamos com frequência no nosso país. Então íamos nos familiarizar ainda mais e melhor com esse armamento, e tenho a certeza que se cá tivéssemos 5 dias antes faríamos muito melhor, e se calhar na primeira ou segunda ou terceira posição.
If we had the opportunity to be here last week, we would definitely be familiar with also the weapons which we don't use in our country. Obviously we would train more and be more focused about the penalties, and for sure we'd be right up there. I mean, we'd be fighting with the strongest team, the fastest and strongest teams.
Well, we hope to welcome you back in next year's challenge. Would you next time bring your own weapons? Obviously, I would say maybe half of the teams this year have their own weapons. Do you think that's a big advantage?
O próximo ano, ele espera que estejamos aqui, e será que o próximo ano nós iremos trazer o nosso próprio armamento?
Sim, isso carece de uma formalidade muito grande. Os nossos superiores têm que autorizarem a saída do armamento de lá para aqui, mas nós, com a experiência que estamos a ter esse ano, vamos influenciá-los para que a próxima vez, ou os próximos concursos que nos convidarem, espero bem que seja o próximo ano, que chegamos cá com nossos meios para fazermos a disputa de tu para tu com outros times de fora que cá estão.
We are hoping that the UAE invites us next year as well, and yes, tactical teams should be able to dominate any type of weapons, but it's a very big advantage when you work with the weapons that you are used to, and we're going to work on next year bringing our own equipment, because it is in fact a huge advantage, and it's more comfortable when you're working with types of weapons that you already know.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and good luck for the remainder of the week. We're only on day 2, 3 more days to go, so still plenty of points that you can possibly score. So I hope you have a good rest of the week in terms of the other challenges, and every challenge is different. Every challenge is different. Thank you very much to the Angolan team members.
Muito obrigado. Ainda temos 3 dias, temos muito tempo para superar. Pronto, estamos juntos e estamos aqui até o final.
Ok, obrigado. Eu gostaria já de aproveitar o momento para agradecer a hospitalidade que estamos a receber aqui no Dubai, dizer que as equipas de Dubai estão a mostrar uma evolução muito grande, e nós vamos trabalhar também para chegar ao mesmo nível. E nesses 3 dias que faltam, nós faremos coisas melhores e diferentes das que passou nesses 2 dias.
Thank you very much to the UAE. It's been great being here. You guys have assisted us in a number of ways. Definitely in this coming 3 days we will bring something different, and maybe we can hopefully surprise you all.
Thank you very much, and yes, we will welcome you back next year to the UAE SWAT Challenge 2024. It'll be next year, of course, as we see the Rwandan team, the second of the Rwandan teams that are involved today. They are about to make their attempt on this, the Assault Challenge Day 2 of the UAE SWAT Challenge 2023. The whistle goes, and they're out and under the ping pong table, and already this looks quick. trouble opening that rear door of the SUV. And as we have heard a number of my guests talking about this morning, be quick, but also be accurate. The message from every single one of them seems to have been no mistakes. And if you are going to make a mistake, keep them to an absolute minimum. The first shot is fired, which means the gas gun operator can fire that gas round through the window. They've breached that door. Now we're into the submachine gun section. This is the sniper who has completed the first of his 2 challenges. Closes that SUV door, which means he can sprint over to his handgun box. Remember, 4 more targets to hit for not only him but for his teammates as well. And the Rwandan SWAT team, you see 2 members there just feel a little bit more comfortable being in the kneeling. In fact, there's 3 members of the Rwandan team that feel more comfortable attacking these targets in the kneeling position. It's not compulsory, by the way. It's only for the sniper that it is compulsory that one of the targets is hit whilst in the kneeling position. 2 lying down, 1 kneeling, 1 standing. And this looks pretty good. Certainly with regards to the sniper. There's still a team member though in that submachine gun area, so that will delay things. We have, however, seen on a couple of occasions this morning whereby someone who's struggled in the submachine gun zone, but then they've gone into the handgun zone and rattled off 4 shots, 4 targets hit, and made up for a lot of that lost time. It's the different challenges, and as the organizer Stefan was talking about earlier on, it's about providing a variety of challenges to the various teams so that it's not just about your sniper, it's not just about your fitness, it's not just about your accuracy with a handgun. Today we've had the element of being accurate with a submachine gun added to the mix. Yesterday's submachine guns were not involved. It was the sniper and the assault team and their handguns into that kill house. Today it's the involvement of the sniper, it's the involvement of submachine guns. And it was interesting to get the thoughts of the various team members we've had here in the commentary box as the final team member of the Rwandan team crosses the line. Didn't quite break the 4-minute mark, just over it, 4.01. But Peter from Kenya, from the Kenyan team, both Kenyan teams in 2nd and 3rd, lying alongside each other in the standings at the moment, shows you just how good they are as a collective unit. But he was pointing out about the difficulty of that gas gun, firing that gas round, but more importantly just the awkward nature of having to carry that alongside the submachine gun as well as tackling the obstacles. And it's that extra element that we didn't have yesterday, the addition of one team member carrying that gas gun. Remember, all of the weapons, all of them must be safe and can accrue penalties if they're not safe. So it's clearly providing a challenge, a very healthy challenge to the competitors, that they have to overcome that problem of carrying the gas gun plus their submachine gun. And how many times this morning have we seen one of those team members get into a firing position in that submachine gun box and just get that gas gun strap from getting accurate shots away. Sometimes they've even had to use up valuable time and readjust themselves and re-strap either the gas gun or the submachine gun, the SMG. I'm learning all of these abbreviations during the course of this week, and I hope you are as well. SMG, submachine gun, there you go. Now you know, you're wiser. Here is another of the Kenyan teams. What can they do? 2 minutes 13 for Kenya Police, 2:16 for the Executive Protection Unit. No penalties. Ooh, this is a great little competition within the competition for the Kenyans. Can they better their fellow countrymen? Executive Protection team. The whistle goes and they're off under the ping pong table. Quick and slick, retrieving the sniper's rifle out the back of the SUV. There goes the first shot, which means the gas gun man can fire his round through that window. And that door not breached at the first attempt, it took two. Not as bad as we saw from the Bahraini team. First, he's been called back by the judge, and that could be a penalty. Did he leave the shooting box unsafe? That is the question that I am asking. He darted out, one of the team members darted out of the submachine gun box, but he was quickly picked up by one of the judges in the red shirt. There's another one there who's been called back. They are not allowed to leave the box, the shooting box, until their weapon is safe. Only then can they exit and make their way to the next station, which of course is the handgun station. The sniper's work is done, so he drags that deadweight body, deadweight dummy, as we see the breach man running back towards the finish line as well. There's still another dummy to collect. Or is there? No, there isn't. Both the deadweight dummies are already over the line. As another of the team members races across the finish line, and I think, are we still waiting for one more? I think we are. I thought that was the full complement, but here comes the fifth and final member of the Special Operations Group team from Kenya. I doubt this will be as quick as the other two Kenyan teams that we saw earlier this morning. Yes. Did they make it under the 3-minute mark? Just under 3 minutes, 2:59.77, very close indeed. Not as quick as the police team from Kenya, who did it in 2:13.98, and not as quick as the Executive Protection Unit, also from Kenya, who did it in 2:16.71. But Dubai Police B team still leading the standings, 2.05, no penalties. don't look happy with that performance. It's one of the things that I have found absolutely fascinating over these couple of days is the emotions written on the faces of each of the teams as they cross the line. It's almost like a window into their psyche. Irrespective of the time that they've done, irrespective of what they've done, each of them has their own individual standards, their own individual targets that they want to achieve, and immediately when they cross that line, you can see sometimes the elation. They know they've surpassed their expectations, but sometimes it's that dejection as well when you see them just feel like, yeah, not quite as good as I know I can perform, not quite as good as we know we can perform. So, next up is the other of the Sharjah Police team, Sharjah Police A team. Their opportunity to have a crack at this course. And we just heard, didn't we, from the Angolan team as to how beneficial it is to cover this course, which they were allowed to do last week, the various competitors, to familiarize themselves with what's going to go on. The Angolan team weren't able to do that, and it seems to have cost them. And now it's the turn of the A team from Sharjah Police. 55 teams in total. So after this one, 10 more to go in today's day 2 of the UAE SWAT Challenge. And most of the teams, the kind of median of time seems to have been around the 2.5 minute mark for a respectable time to make its way around this course. That's without penalties, of course. Anything over 3 minutes is a bit on the slower side, and anything over 4 minutes is very slow. Gas masks are on. There's an issue. I think maybe the safety was on of that gas gun. Couldn't get the shot away, but it won't have cost them too much. The door is eventually breached at the second attempt as well, just like we saw before. Seems to have an issue with his weapon there. Yeah, you can see one of them electing to kneel. This is the handgun element of the sniper's responsibility. He's got to pull out another magazine. And he now will sprint back and collect the first of those deadweight dummies. All about penalties. I said 55 teams representing 28 countries, so a very good representation, and this is a competition that's only getting bigger each year, obviously affected in 2021 by COVID. There was no event that year, but more teams electing to take part. More teams invited every year, of course. Is that the final member of the A team from Sharjah Police making his way towards the finish line? I think it is. And And there he crosses the line in a very respectable time. 2:25.17 for Sharjah Police A team. Will they be happy with that? Again, let's have a look at the faces. Tells you everything. The table's still being led by Dubai Police, their B team, followed up in second and third by the two outfits from Kenya. Orlando Police, who set off, they were one of the first starters this morning and posted such a good time, but more importantly penalty free. They lie in fourth. They were actually leading for a while, but bumped down the table, as were Akhmat, the Russian side, the only team to break the 2-minute mark this morning. Yesterday's leaders, of course, Akhmat from Russia, but they suffered a 30-second time penalty. So for all that good work in speed, as we see another of the Russian teams making their way into the starting van, for all that speed, the penalties cost them, as was the case with the South Africans, the South African Police Special Task Force, the A team. They hit 2 minutes dead, didn't quite break the 2-minute mark, but hit it dead and again suffered a 30-second time penalty, so quick as well. SOBR from Russia are next to go. I'm sure the starting judge will tell him just to move a little bit back into the van. That's one thing they can't go without, is the magazine for the sniper. He's only got 3 bullets. Is that 3 bullets there? Am I counting wrong? Or does he have other bullets in his pocket? Remember, the sniper's out first. There are 4 targets for the sniper. Maybe I'm seeing it wrong, but it looked like there was only 3 bullets in that little pouch that was handed over by their coach. And the Russian team are out of the van and underway. And you can see the differences in technique. Peter from the Kenyan police team was talking about how they prep the gas gun first before putting on the gas mask. It just allows them to do it a little bit slicker. There goes the gas round through the window, a little bit on the slow slide from the 3 attempts to breach the door. So time lost there as well. Maybe we will have a look at the sniper. Who is now in the handgun position, so maybe I was counting wrong. Maybe there were 4 bullets in that clip. He's got to get that gun holstered safely before he can leave that box. And as we've been talking, not only to the Kenyan team, to the Thai police team, but also the Angolan team, there's an urge to rush, to race. They're on the clock, speed is of the essence, but just that one moment of doing something where you're just trying to be too quick, leave that box without your weapon being back in its holster, and that becomes a safety violation, and that's where you pick up those penalties. Both the Deadweight dummies are over the line. 3 of the SOBR Russian team are over the line. The final 2 cross the line, and that's quick indeed. Very quick. 2.07 for SOBR from Russia. And that it won't put them top of the table, but it certainly will challenge those at the top. It's a clock time that's quicker than both of the Kenyan teams, but is it penalty free? That's the question. It's the it's the second fastest clock time that we've had today. I beg your pardon, it's the third fastest clock time that we've had today. So it will all come down to penalties, if there are any, of course. You're watching the UAE SWAT Challenge 2023 here live from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates this Tuesday morning. As the temperature rises, of course, as Stefan was telling us, one of the organizers earlier on, there is a lot more physicality to day 2, and he said that each day the level of physicality increases, and here is how things stand. And there you can see, look at the positions of 5th and 6th of the South African task force and the Ahmat group from Russia. Quickest times of the day, but with those penalties. Currently the standings led by the Dubai police team. Their very quick time, not the quickest, but their very quick time, supplemented of course by a mistake-free round. Here's the Amiri Guard B team of the United Arab Emirates. Got 2 Emirati teams in a row going out now. The Amiri Guard B team that you can see now as the whistle goes and they head off underneath that ping pong table. They will be followed by the RAC police team. There you are, will be out of the gate, or out of the van to be precise. They are up next. The gas gun man, who is of course always second out. The breacher last into the box. I didn't hear the ping, so I'm not sure if that was on target, but the first shot has gone. Through the door very comfortably. The Amiri Guard A team currently lying in the standings in 26th place. Their time, clock time of 2:47, but they did incur a serious safety violation, so that added on 2.5 minutes of penalty time. Can the B team of the Amiri Guard, which we're watching now, can they not only come in under that 2:47 clock time, but can they also do it without penalty, or certainly with a lot less penalty? There goes the fourth target down for the sniper of the Amiri Guard B team. starting to see some of his assault team colleagues making their way back now as the heat rises, blowing through the cheeks. You can see how physically demanding it is, dragging that 70 kg dead weight dummy across the line. One more member to come through the breaching door, round the cones, through the blue box. That's important, past the wooden walls and sprinting towards that finish line. 2:49 it looked like to me, 2:48.86, so just under, and a second over the Amiri Guard A team, so in their little competition, just missing out. Will they finish better off than the Amiri Guard A team once penalties are taken into account? Because the total time for the Amiri Guard A team that we saw earlier on was 5 minutes and 17 once that serious violation penalty had been added. So they may not have beaten the A team on the clock, but they will, I imagine. It looked relatively clean, that round. We'll wait and see, but I imagine that they have beaten them in terms of total time and penalties added on. Temperatures creeping up to 22 degrees centigrade according to my little thermometer here, my little weather app. And next up, like I said, will be RAC Police. Ras Al Khaimah, the police force of Ras Al Khaimah. We saw earlier the police force from Fujairah. Now it's the turn of Ras Al Khaimah. We've seen the Presidential Guard team effort, both of their teams. That says it all, doesn't it? The determination. That is the team from Armenia. They are waiting patiently for their turn. They are just in the staging station before coming to the start line. Ahead of them is the Ras Al Khaimah police team, who are getting into that white van right now. The adrenaline starts to ramp up at this stage. Trying to think through every element, your weapons, your safety, but before all of that, getting over the first three obstacles as they set off underneath that ping pong table. They use weapons that are provided for them here in the UAE. They don't bring their own weapons. There's approximately half the teams, I'm told, actually bring their own weapons to this competition. The other half use ones that are provided. No doubt the Emirati teams all use their own equipment, of course. But it's interesting that the team from Angola were talking about the advantage of using your own weapons, but also at the same time recognizing that these SWAT teams in real life, yes, today and yesterday and this week is all good fun. Yes, it's a sporting competition as much as anything else. But at the same time, these guys are all professional SWAT team members. And in the real world, as was pointed out by one of the Angolan team members, you have to be able to operate with equipment and different weaponry. That's the challenges that is sometimes posed to you out in the real world in rescue situations, hostage situations. 3 targets down. There goes the 4th. Handgun holstered safely, and the sniper can make his way back to the start-finish line. So you can see how there is much more pressure on the sniper here on day 2, not only to quadruple the number of shots that he did yesterday, and yes, there is more physicality as well. Yesterday was about running upstairs for the sniper. Today it's about dragging that deadweight dummy across the line, that 70-kilo mannequin, as well as going over those wooden obstacles. But they all have to do that, of course. Today, every team member has to go under the ping pong table, over the wooden walls. And the breacher is back over the line. He dumps that breaching ram over that line, has a quick look back to see if his colleagues need help with that second deadweight dummy, which they don't. And eventually, the final team member over the line for Ras Al Khaimah Police. And they were just sneaked under the 3-minute mark. So, in that inter-emirate rivalry, Ras Al Khaimah Police, their clock time certainly bettered Fujairah Police's time of 4:35. They're well inside that, not quite as good as Sharjah Police though. And next up to make their attempt is the Wolfhound team from Armenia. And you can see that he has opted, this sniper from Armenia, the Wolfhound team, has opted for a wristband with those bullets on. And he's quickly up and over the wooden walls. A little bit of trouble though with that tailgate. Can't quite get it open quick enough, but that won't cost the Wolfhound team from Armenia too much time. There goes the first shot. The gas masks are on. And the gas round goes through the window, which means the assault team can start. Next up, into that box in front of the door that's to be breached, which they do first time. Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it, then we've seen a first time breach. I've seen a few teams lately that have had to have a couple of attempts at it. All 4 team members of Wolfhound, the Armenian outfit, opting to, well, just as I say it, commentator's curse. I was going to say opting to go for the target standing, but the 4th team member just decided to adjust his position. But I did notice out of the corner of my eye that he did go back to the standing position. So maybe it just wasn't working. When he was standing, went down to a kneeling position, still wasn't working, and then returned to his original standing position. One more target to hit for the sniper in the handgun box. That gun is not in its holster, so he cannot leave that box. He does now. Remember, a dropped weapon like we saw yesterday, a dropped weapon is a serious violation and incurs a 2.5-minute penalty minimum. Now this member kind of lost his way on the way back. He was running towards the car park. And the deadweight dummies, both of them, making their way across that finish line. They breathe heavy, trust me, in those gas masks, especially as the temperature rises, and it looks like he's hurt himself, possibly. I wonder if the medics need treatment, maybe. Hopping across the line, and there goes the Wolfhound team from Armenia. Sub 4 minutes. Six more teams remaining in this, the day 2 of the Uae Swat Challenge. 55 teams, 28 countries. Let's not forget the 25 judges. The men and women in red t-shirts that are there to observe, keep us all safe, of course, and to hand out the dreaded penalties. Next out the van, will be the Abu Dhabi Police A team, drawn 50th, so drawn towards the end of today's challenge. And a change at the top of the table. That SOBR team from Russia that I said they weren't the quickest, one of the quicker times this morning, but not the quickest, not the sub 2 minutes that we saw from the Akhmat team from Russia. They came in at 2:07, remember, but they were also penalty free, so they move up into second place behind Dubai Police B team, and the two Kenyan teams bumped down into third and fourth respectively, which means of course their fellow countrymen, the Akhmat side, they are now down into sixth place. Pretty slick so far from the sniper of Abu Dhabi Police A. He gets both his prone shots, that's the ones lying down, off very quickly. So good accuracy. The time to beat for Abu Dhabi Police A team is 2 minutes and 37. That was the time of their colleagues, the B team. So 2 minute 37 clock time to beat for Abu Dhabi Police A. Remember, when they all get back in the locker room, these are the things that are talked about. One down, two down, 3 and 4. And the sniper will sprint back to retrieve the first of those two deadweight dummies. You can see the judges in the red t-shirts there watching on. They watch very closely. They monitor everything. We saw one of the judges earlier on this morning, didn't we, get a little bit irate and angry that for an unsafe exit from the box before the weapon was made safe. That did incur a serious penalty violation. As they cross the finish line, one more team member to go before they can stop that clock and find out whether they've beaten the B team's time of 2:37, and oh, without question they've blown it away. Abu Dhabi Police A team well within the 2:37 of the B team. They've come in 2 minutes and 12. That's a very quick time indeed. Will there be penalties? And if so, what will those penalties be? As we await the 51st team in the draw, five more, I beg your pardon, teams remaining in today's assault challenge. Five days of challenges, of course. Tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier, the police officer rescue event. On Thursday it's the tower event, which I'm really looking forward to. That's where they have to assault the tower. We saw the snipers on that tower yesterday. This is the tower from where this current camera shot is positioned. They have to assault that tower with ladders, ramps, etc. So that will be entertaining. And then on Friday, the 5th and final day, the dreaded obstacle course, of course. So next up, the police special security unit from Pakistan. Everyone must be inside the van. The whistle blows. A little bit of a stumble, but managed to keep his feet. And he's lost his eye protection, which by my understanding of the rules could incur a procedural penalty. They're supposed to have their ear defenders and eye protection on up until the end, and obviously at this particular stage as well. Gas masks must be on. The signal is given. I beg your pardon, it's the Moroccan team that are up next. There goes the gas round. That door breached first time. One of the Moroccan team, that team member nearest to the camera, caught his submachine gun, his SMG, on some of his webbing there, which has cost him time. There's clearly a weapon issue as well with another of the team members. All it takes is a bullet to be jammed, a problem with chambering that bullet. Sometimes you just need to give that magazine a whack just to free a stuck bullet. Oh, almost. Remember, 4 rounds are in each magazine of the handgun, so he clipped that 4th target, which meant that he then had to reload with a new magazine, and that's just cost him precious seconds. The sniper still hasn't finished, and there's clearly an issue. He seems to have taken the prone shots, that's the shots lying down, but now he's on his knee, so the kneeling position, which means, did he miss the kneeling position and take the standing position? So there will be, no doubt, penalties there to be picked up by the Moroccan side. And there's such an emphasis on teamwork in this competition. We've seen all morning, and yesterday as well, the teams that operate as a unit, and we heard that from the Kenyans, didn't we, this morning when they joined me here in this commentary box, talking about how working as a unit is so important, and for those who are able to work together ahead of this competition, get a bit of chemistry. I think they told me they'd been together for 3 months before this competition, so there's going to be another magazine. That's another miss. And yet another miss. Problems here. Oh, it's all going wrong for the Moroccan team at the moment. The delays keep coming. He did so well with those first 2 targets. And he's dropped his weapon, so disaster for the Moroccan sniper. That'll be a serious procedural violation, I imagine. Not only did he struggle with the shots with the sniper rifle, but struggled with the handgun as well, and finally crosses the line. So the time of 5 minutes and 17, there is no doubt that that will be added to by various penalties. Target missed penalties, remember they are 30 seconds each. Procedural penalties, and then I would like to know from the judges that weapon, the handgun of the sniper, when he dropped it on the ground. He almost threw it on the ground actually. If that constitutes, I imagine it will, constitutes a serious violation, which is a 2.5 minute penalty, and there you see the fourth and final of the white discs that he was unable to. So I wonder what's happened to the police security team from Pakistan, if they've just swapped places with Morocco, Morocco going before them. Maybe they weren't quite ready, or they'd lost a team member. I'll see if I can get some information on you for you for what's happened to the Pakistan team. I think it actually might be the Special Security Forces team of the UAE that are up next. I'll try and confirm that in just a second. So, this assault challenge on day 2 will have certainly raised the prospects of some teams, and it'll have done huge damage to the prospects of other teams, but still plenty more points to compete for during the course of this week. It's only 2 of 5 days. A disaster on one day and perform very well on the other 3. The 3 remaining, you're still in with a chance, still in with a very good chance. One day and a poor performance may do a lot of damage to the attempt to take the crown come the end of the week, but it's not the end. As long as the other 4 are healthy. And here are the Special Security Unit from Pakistan. Quick huddle and a final few words. And you can see that's a great shot, just to show you up close how much kit that they have to carry around this course over the next 2, 3, 4 minutes, depending on how quick you are. That brown bag holds their gas mask. They are not allowed to start their assault until that gas mask is on correctly. Sniper just checking that he's got his rounds of ammunition. Remember, he will be first out the van, first over the obstacles, first to be in position, as long as he has no problems, of course, with the SUV tailgate, like we have seen once or twice this morning. Over the wooden walls. Last up is the man carrying the breaching ram. And already you can see he's pulling those rounds of ammunition out of his pocket, ready as soon as he gets that gun out of the back of the black SUV. And the Pakistani Police Special Security Unit opting to go for, I think it's a single shot rifle. Finally they breach that door after the second attempt. Well, I heard 4 shots fired by the sniper. Remember, 2 targets in the prone position, that's first. They have to operate from right to left of those targets. So he's clearly missed a couple. Then he has to go into the kneeling position again. We're seeing a couple of the Pakistani team members opting to operate in the kneeling position, and now the final standing shot of the sniper. Tailgate shut, he'll make his way to his handgun box. And it looks like the first of the assault team has finished his handgun challenge. All 4 targets hit by the sniper. Just make sure his weapon is safe. And the gas gun man has done a great job to get back so quickly. We have the breaching ram. It is already over the finish line. Remember, 2 deadweight dummies, 1 breaching ram, 1 gas gun. Those are the items that must return past that finish line. And it is sub 3 minutes for the Police Special Security Unit of Pakistan. So 3 more teams remaining here at the Uae Swat Challenge 2023, and next up the Special Security Forces team from here in the United Arab Emirates. As we head towards the end of today's draw. So are they going to do something slightly different, the Special Security Forces team of the UAE? Will the operator of the gas gun be first out of the van. So far we've seen the sniper exit first. I think the sniper will exit first. They actually exit at the same time. Both the sniper and the operator of the gas gun. But the sniper by far and away well ahead of the rest of his teammates. That's a fabulous sprint. No problems with that tailgate from the Chevy Tahoe. Maybe he owns a Chevy Tahoe. That might be why he found it so easy to get that tailgate open. We've seen one or two struggle with it. Remember, they can only put the gas masks on once all team members are inside the blue box. Door breached. The sniper is still in the prone position, which seems to suggest he's missed one of those targets. Remember, 2 shots lying down, 1 shot kneeling, 1 shot standing up for the sniper. One of the team has cleared his 4 targets, 4 targets each. They are not allowed to hit a target from a fellow team member. That's classed as a considerable penalty. So 2 members have finished the SMG station and make their way to the handgun area. Only 1 team member remaining, and still the sniper having problems. He's still on station. Remember, he has 2 parts to do today. One is with the sniper's rifle, then he must make his way over to the handgun box, and he too has 4 targets. And the Special Security Forces team sniper is still in that sniper zone as we see the first of his assault team dragging that deadweight dummy across the finish line. So the assault team have been pretty efficient, pretty slick, but very, very slow from the sniper. And the breacher man has dropped something that he had to go back for. All 4 handgun targets successfully engaged. But that delay by the sniper will cost them valuable time as the Special Security Forces team cross the line, but they can't break through that 3-minute barrier. 3:12.99. Not the worst we've seen today, not the quickest either. Remember, sub 2 minutes is the record. That's what everyone has been trying to achieve on this day 2, the assault challenge. Only that effort from the Akhmat team of Russia has broken through the 2-minute mark today. 1:57 for Akhmat of Russia. However, you also have to give credit for the South African Police Special Task Force A. They had a clock time of 2 minutes dead, but both Akhmat and the Task Force A team of South Africa had time penalties to be added onto that. Dubai Police, interestingly, their A team, they were just a whisker over the 2-minute mark, 2.01. as we see the COT team from Brazil. They are the penultimate SWAT team to tackle this course today. The leaderboard still topped by Dubai Police B team. Not the quickest, but no penalties. And likewise, SOBR of Russia also not the quickest today, but no penalties, and that's why they are the top two of the standings here on day 2. The starter judge just telling them to get back inside the van. Everyone ready? We go on the whistle. And they're off. Over the wood walls, the breaching ram, and the man who's carrying it comes up last. You can just see how they're constantly thinking ahead, undoing that pocket, ready to pull out the magazine for the sniper's rifle, which is already in place. First shot fired, which of course allows his assault team to begin their challenges. Now into the kneeling position. I think he was just having a quick word with one of the judges there, the sniper of Brazil, asking if that target had been hit. In fact, Stefan reminded us, didn't he, when he came into the commentary box, that the target must fall off the pole or fall flat on the pole. A target that is spun sideways does not count as a target hit. We haven't seen it completely end on yet this morning, but or even this week as a matter of fact, but that would present a very difficult target if it was spun 90 degrees. Making sure that everything is correct whilst wearing that gas mask, which is so clumsy. It's nice and clear for us from this vantage point and these camera angles to see exactly what has to happen, to see exactly what is happening. But for these guys with those gas masks on in this rising temperature, it's much harder to get clarity and perspective. One more to cross the line, and that's a very, very good time indeed by COT of Brazil, 2:18.02. Depending on penalties, that will put them in the top 10, I would imagine. Only if they have not managed to incur penalties. The fastest time at or around that kind of area was the Executive Protection Unit of Kenya. They did it in 2:16 and are currently lying 5th. They had no penalties. So that just gives you an idea, gives you a marker, a guide. The Orlando Police Department were actually a bit slower. They were in 2:21, but also no penalties, and that's why they lie in 6th. They've had a great showing today, the Orlando Police Department. They were one of the first ones off. Remember, I told you earlier today when we began day 2 of the Uae Swat Challenge that apparently I've been told that being first in the draw or being early in the draw each day is a disadvantage. So, and Orlando Police were one of the first ones in the draw earlier on this morning. So the 55th and final, by my reckoning, team to take on this Day 2 Assault Challenge is another of the Russian sides, Vityaz. They will be last, if I'm correct, in completing this Uae Swat Challenge 2023. 55 teams, 28 countries, everyone trying to take that trophy from Abu Dhabi Police, who are the current champions from last year. And there is the Russian team, Vityaz. Had a very good showing yesterday, Vityaz, but then of course blown away by their fellow countrymen, the Akhmat team. And then today, Akhmat themselves knocked off that internal country competition by their colleagues from SOBR, who currently lie in second place in the standings. Akhmat, who led the table yesterday, lying right now in 7th. So what can Vityaz do from Russia? It's almost a league table within a league table, isn't it? Who will finish top of the Russian league? Who will finish top of the Russian standings? Will it be Vityaz? Will it be SOBR, who are currently leading here on Day 2? Or will it be Akhmat? So Vityaz enter the van. The white van, which is today the starting point of this Day 2 challenge. They go on the whistle. And there is the whistle for the final group here on Day 2. All over the walls, the wooden walls, efficiently and quickly. It's about controlled speed, not erratic speed. All 4 gas masks are on. And the sniper takes the first shot, which means the assault team can now go towards that breaching door. Through first time. Sniper now in the kneeling position to take the third of his 4 shots with the sniper's rifle. We are now watching the submachine gun zone, the SMG zone as it's called. One more in that SMG zone target remaining. The sniper's job is done. Now it's the close quarters handgun box that he's in. And he will sprint away to collect the first of those deadweight dummies. First of the 70 kg deadweight dummies. We've witnessed so many different ways of lifting, carrying, dragging these deadweight dummies today. If only they could talk. Where's his head gone? This is looking pretty good from Vityaz. 1, 2, 3, 4 members are over the finish line. They're waiting for the 5th. They haven't come under the 2-minute mark as the final team member sprints towards that finish line as the seconds tick away. And finally, crosses the line. 2 minutes and 23.48. So clearly one of the assault team having issues. I think it was in the handgun section, if I'm not mistaken, that just cost them a bit. Still very, very, very respectable time from Vitiaz of Russia. Like I said, 2 minutes 23, so they won't be topping that little Russian league table, that's for sure. SOBR, their clock time was 2:07. Akhmat clock time was even better. They were the only side today to break the 2 minute mark. They finished the course today in 1:57.02. And then, as we just saw, Vitiaz coming in at 2:23. Clock time, of course, without any penalties. So even though there's an overall winner for the entire week, there is of course a daily winner as well, a daily top three. Yesterday, Akhmat of Russia were crowned the champions. Today, I think that Dubai Police, the B team, have held on to that top spot. I'll just confirm that in a second.
Gentlemen, please pay attention. Dubai Police B. Russia SOBR and Abu Dhabi Police A. Abu Dhabi Police A, please move to the podium for the ceremony.
Followed, of course, by SOBR that I was mentioning earlier, and then in third place Abu Dhabi Police A team at a clock time of 2:12, no penalties, so that's how it stood. And then a really good showing by two of the Kenyan teams, both without penalty. 2:13 and 2:16 clock times respectively, no penalties, so that's how their total time stood. And there is confirmation of the Day 2 standings. Dubai Police out in front. And again, the top 6 dominated by teams with no penalties. We heard, didn't we, from the Kenyan police that joined me in the commentary box about how important it is to keep your attempt clean, as we called it, i.e. without mistakes, without violations, especially safety violations, because they carry, of course, the biggest penalties, but how to keep it clean. So that you don't incur those extra time penalties, which of course bumps up your total time as well. So Day 2 done and dusted.
Give it all I got. Gotta fight, no, I won't stop. Like an obsession. Give it all I got. Gotta fight, no, I won't stop. Taking no chances. It's the final shot to come alive and reach the top. It's the Uae Swat Challenge, hosted by Dubai Police. This is an emergency. Don't stand in my way. I'll take pleasure from pain. Won't bring my armor down. Nothing can defeat me now. This will be my day. done to stand my ground. I will never take no shame. I won't play this like a game. It's the Uae Swat Challenge, hosted by Dubai Police. This is an emergency. Don't stand in my way. I take pleasure from pain. I'll bring my armor down. Nothing can defeat me now. Yeah, this will be my day. Together with the MOI, hosted by the police here in Dubai. Here come the SWAT, giving everything that they got. They're gonna touch the sky, take the world by storm tonight. With the special forces through these courses. Don't stand in my way. I'll take pleasure from pain. I'll bring my armor down. Nothing can defeat me now. This will be my day. Don't stand in my way. I'll take pleasure from pain. I'll bring my armor down. Nothing can defeat me now. Yeah, this will be my day. Like an obsession, give it all I got. Gotta fight, no, I won't stop. Taking no chances is the final shot to come alive and reach the top. It's the
So we have the prize giving ceremony for this day 2 of the UAE SWAT Challenge, the Assault Day. And in third position we have Abu Dhabi Police's A team. Clock time of 2 minutes 12 seconds, 0.08. No penalties, so a very, very clean round from Abu Dhabi Police A team, which earns them the bronze medal here on day 2. And you can see how it's a real team effort. You may only see the 5-man assault team, or the 4-man assault team plus the sniper, of course, but it is a 5-man team. But there are those behind the scenes who contribute, advisors, coaches. You probably didn't even see it, but on each station there's usually a member of the team just to give a little bit of encouragement, to shout some instructions, to give it a little bit of advice, because the 5-man team is the one under pressure, and they win the $2,000 check for finishing third. I wonder if that little boy is an official. Is that an official member of the Abu Dhabi police team? And did he get a medal? Did that little boy get a bronze medal? That's the question I want answered. Second up, the runners-up spot, the SOBR team from Russia. Their clock time of 2:07.58 means they win the silver medal today. 53 points they've got from today's leg of this 5-day competition. Silver for them, and it's just worth pointing out at this stage, like last year, It's not always about winning each day's challenge. Sometimes it's just about being there or thereabouts in the top 10, in the top 5. Consistency during the course of the week will result in lifting the trophy at the end of the week. And that's what we've seen in this competition since it started. Team photo and the check for $3,000. What are you going to spend that on? Is that shared amongst the team? Does it have to go back to the boss, the head of the unit? Or do they get to spend that here in Dubai? That $3,000 check. So, runners-up, SOBR from Russia. Next up to take to the presentation stage will, of course, be today's winners. Dubai Police B team, even though they didn't break that 2-minute mark, it didn't matter. They were penalty-free, the Dubai Police B team. One of the cleanest rounds we saw this morning. No mistakes, no targets missed, no violations, no penalties. 2:05.55 their time. That means they get a tally of 54 points from this day 2 of the UAE SWAT Challenge. And plenty of smiles all round. That will certainly help their cause. Remember, Dubai Police, winners of the first 2 editions of this UAE SWAT Challenge. They won it back in 2019, which was the inaugural edition, and then they won it again in 2020. There was no edition in 2021 because of COVID. So they top not only today's standings, they top the UAE standings. Remember, there's this rivalry and competition, this fabulous healthy rivalry amongst the various police forces and the various Emirates as well, from the Dubai Police. And you see down the front there the ladies from the Dubai Police C team, who they themselves had a fabulous run. They finished in 10th, so in the top 10 for the Dubai Police C team women. Remember, tackling exactly the same obstacles and challenges as the men. But again, the most important thing that the women showed us here today was no mistakes. Even though they weren't the fastest time, no penalties from the Dubai women's team, the C team. So that's it from here in the desert of Dubai for day 2 of the UAE SWAT Challenge. Make sure you join us tomorrow morning at 8 AM for day 3 and the Police Officer Rescue Day. Until then, I bid you goodbye from the United Arab Emirates.
Hosted by Dubai Police. This is an emergency.